What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. How are we doing? How are we doing today? Let me switch over to something a little bit more chill in the background, a little bit less distracting. I always struggle to try and talk when the Blue Archive music's on in the background. I don't know why. There's too much going on, man. My brain can't do multitasking, even when it comes down to audio. But how are we, guys? How are we? It's good to see you. We're back. I have prepped a little bit well, it was a bit of lazy prepping, right? Just because of time constraints. I think I'm ready for Long Trail. I watched a bit of a TLDR on Mansfield Break and Dorothy's Vision. So we're positioned. I still want to play through them, like, but I wanted to attempt to try and, like, you know, get through that stuff, because I really want to try and get through some of the content, you know, to specifically really to get myself in a decent position. I know we're not going to be there for Enfield's launch, but, like, you know, as context starts to crop up, or needed context, I kind of want to have it, right? I kind of want to have it. So, yeah, we did a little bit of that today, a little bit of that this morning. Read the TLDR a Long Trail. No. But yeah, just went through Dorothy's Vision and Mansfield Break today. You know what though? I specifically, like, both of them are cool actually. I really like Dorothy. I was like kind of hooked on Dorothy's Vision, but I really want to go through Mansfield Break as well, because the setting's cool, right? You know, the setting's just really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna read the manga as well. But yeah, I enjoyed both of them actually. That aura moment from Saria, just destroying power armor with a punch, well, a shockwave from a punch, was kind of sick. But yeah, man, how are we doing today, guys? How are we doing? So we're going to reattempt to revisit what we tried the other day, and we had technical issues. So it seems like at the moment, I don't know what's happened with Google Play Games. It just doesn't like display capture on OBS. But I use that for everything, apart from Google Play now. So we'll have to use a game capture. The problem with game capture, I can't drag windows in and stuff, like, so we might have to do switching here and there. If, like, you know, if you're like, oh dude, check this out in Discord, we'll have to switch because you won't be able to see it otherwise. It sucks. I know, it sucks. But yeah, we'll have to do that until, I don't know, because nothing's changed on my end as far as I'm aware. I've been through everything. It just seems like OBS ain't feeling Google Play Games at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to just work with it, right? Am I doing Long Trail today? I don't see, like, I kind of want to move on to it once we've done the X8, but I feel like we should start it in its own stream. I feel like, because people keep telling me it's fucking so good. I'm like, do we really disrespect it by starting it midway through a stream or at the end of a stream? I don't know. You know? You really should have finished chapter 15 before Enfield, though. Well, we could say that about the next few chapters, couldn't we? I don't know. I can only do so much. But at least we're making some progress, right? At least we're making some progress. But yes, guys, how is it going? Let me get chat up properly here so we can see what's going on. Yo, Flicks, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Ends, welcome to the stream. Kathy, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Minman, welcome to the stream. Ducklord, welcome to the stream. You just woke up. Perfect timing then. Perfect timing. What's going on, OD? Welcome to the stream. Grim, how's it going? Ark, welcome. Casual, what's going on, buddy? T-Boy, welcome. Morning. Chili's good stressy day today. Well, hopefully we can try and de-stress a little bit now, right? I had a good session at the gym today, myself. I've just been helping Rosie out with some stuff for her side of things, because I think she might be looking to move jobs at the moment. She's looking to maybe level up a little bit in her career, maybe. So I've just been helping her with some stuff. And yeah, pretty chill day for me, actually. I'm not gonna lie. So I can't moan too much. Didn't get much sleep last night though. I was up late. Yesterday was incredibly busy for me. But yeah. Welcome. Leo, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream as well. Blue, welcome. You got some huge news. We finally have head into Bully Street according to Yosar. What, in the game now? Oh, it's coming? Okay, that is actually kind of sick. Is that actually happening then? Yo, Laplius, welcome to the stream as well. Marathon stream 24/7 Arknights. What's going on, Directs? Welcome to the stream. What's going on, Stream Hub Worlds? Welcome, welcome, welcome. First EX Age ever? No. I've done EX Ages before. It's on the All-Star side. Oh, really? I was going, not a game. It's already out, but only on the All-Star side. Is there any idea when that's coming then? Yo, what's up, PZ? Welcome to the stream. Hiding here till I get home on a congestion. How's it going, man? How about you, Beaks? Where are you leveling up? I don't know, man. Honestly, like, it's like I just set myself this thing of trying to do all the story stuff right. So, like, I suppose, like, in my head, I've got this level of chapter 15, complete that right, and then we'll see what happens from there, you know, and then we see from there, kind of thing. Came here to say yes, you can. Polina did it. Okay. Recommendations of shit with spoilers. It's already out. Slight small red W at Vyosar at least. Hey, you know, what does it say? A broken clock can be right twice a day, so they gotta make it happen sometimes, right? Just the big one is PC client, right? So I don't have to deal with the shit that I had to deal with in my last stream. You know? You check my monitor, lazy. I'm gonna have to have a look at this then. I have to have a look. Okay, alright, you know what? Alright, we'll give him that one, chat. We'll give him that one. Still, we need the PC client though. It all gets washed away if we don't get the PC client. So, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I really wanted to play Silver Palace as well today, but I really want to do these EX Ages and get into Long Trail. And I want to do that more, if I'm honest. But I'm gonna try and stream Silver Palace later. I do want to check out Hightail as well, so we might do like a Silver Palace into Hightail stream, or I might just play Hightail off stream. I don't know, we'll see. I ain't got around to playing it yet. Yeah, I put up a video yesterday. I've actually been pleasantly surprised by Silver Palace, guys. I genuinely have. And I want to experience a little bit more of it as well. I've also been looking at maybe. I know it's a terrible time to be doing things and I really don't want to. With my PC having issues the other day, not posting. It's been fine since, but touch wood, it doesn't happen again. I've actually found a real good deal on a pre-built system. It's only it's $2,000, which is still a lot of money, right? But with how things happen, it's cheaper than I thought it was going to be. I need to look into the specs really, because it's a mainly it's an AMD build, right? And I've never had an AMD system. So I need to look into it a little bit, but like it should be absolutely overkill as a streaming rig, right? It should be an absolute overkill. Yeah, I'm thinking about pulling the trigger maybe. We'll see. I really shouldn't be spending money at the minute, man. I really shouldn't. I think in my head I looked at it and I was like, well, I managed to get my tax rate down from like down by 50%. I was like, in my head, I was like, you know, treat myself. I can't. I shouldn't really be thinking like that. I recommend walking the dust before Long Trail. And so the thing is, if I keep doing the too many, like, if it was up to some people, I'd do everything. And I'm not saying you're saying that, but every time I get a recommendation of, I think you should probably do these before these. And I'm like, oh, all right, maybe we'll do that then. And then somebody else is like, well, what about this as well? You know? Yeah. I'm trying to prioritize a little bit. Like, if I don't do it, am I going to lack major plot points that I'm just not going to understand? You know? I see Long Trail done. Yes. I did a Dorothy's Vision and Mansfield. You want about Mansfield Break? I haven't done them. I cheated. I watched a TLDR. I'm going to play through the events as well, because I really like Dorothy's Vision. I really like it. You just don't stream / play enough. Too much yapping, not enough Arknights in. 8-hour story rush. I'm not going to rush through Long Trail. I just want to get to it. That's all. Not going to lie, watching somebody walk in the dust. Yes, yeah, like for me, Yeah, I really like Dorothy's vision. Like, I liked it that much that even though I know what happened now, I want to read through it again. Do you know what I mean? Because it was really good. It was really good. The Dorothy's vision is really good. It was, wasn't it? It was, man. I enjoyed it. Hey, Kiari. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Walking the Dust is quite a high priority. Like, walking the Dust is a long ass read because of calcium. Yeah, man. Puts me to shame with the yapping sometimes. But to her, she's saying, like, well, see, Reldon said when it comes to, obviously I don't know yet because I haven't gone through Long Trail. Reldon said it's less of akin to something like that to him. He said it's like watching Lord of the Rings but without reading the Silmarillion. And I was like, if that's the case, then if that's true, I think you could be totally fine, because he said like he read those afterwards and he said he didn't feel like he'd missed out on anything. But that doesn't mean that, you know, that's the case. I don't know. I'm just going off what people say. But yeah, I really enjoyed Dorothy's vision. It was good. It was good. Was Walking the Dust is low-key structured like a Christopher Nolan film where it jumps from different timelines. Like series starts in DV and ends in Long Trail. I'll see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I ain't got to Long Trail yet, so I don't even I've got the context of those, but I can't summarize the conclusion because I ain't got there myself. So I don't know. That's just what Reldon was saying. Long Trail will probably take 7 hours of reading. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, hopefully, that's definitely something I want to do on stream. Definitely something I want to do on stream. Like, to be fair, we've done like what 95% of what I've done in Arknights on stream, right? I think the only stuff I haven't been doing on stream is the couple of annihilations I've cleared, just going through those again, auto clearing those to get more stuff for the weeklies, and finish off what the Firelight casts, and then just doing the TLDR on those two as well. Everything else has been on stream, hasn't it? I haven't read it. No, I went through a video basically. I'm gonna read it though because I enjoyed it that much. I was hooked while I was watching the video. I was like, oh shit, this is kind of sick actually. I like this. It's a part in Long Trail that would fit perfectly fine as a chapter in Rhine Lab manga. Okay. I mean, I guess yeah, like I'm gonna go through everything eventually. I'm just trying to prioritize at the moment, you know, in terms of trying to continue through the main quest and getting done the things that are like most pertinent. And getting, obviously not getting the entirety of every bit of contextual part of the story, but trying to get as much as possible while prioritizing, and then, you know, coming back and starting to sweep up the excess that we've missed, you know. He's suggesting the XA stay, start Rhine Lab manga, Long Trail, Walk in the Dust and Babble. Yeah, we could do that. A lot of people have been saying like I should go to. You're saying 13 after Long Trail. A lot of people have been saying that as well. I'm saying do Babble. Some people are saying doing Babble after 13. I think. They were saying doing 13, Babble, and then 14. In Discord. Alright, let me switch scenes. Read the synopsis of Dorothy's event in Long Trail. Well, I know what went down in Dorothy's vision now. I watched a video on it earlier. Watched somebody's from Mansfield Break and Dorothy's vision before Long Trail. Yeah, I did earlier. Literally, that's what I was doing before I went live. That's what I was doing before I went live. I need to watch the Mansfield Break one again because I was a little bit preoccupied doing some other stuff. The manga after X Stages Day. It's Babble before 14 and Walk in the Dust before Babble. Babble's only necessary side story. Others are very nice but optional. Fair walking the just before long trial. Okay, gotta go. Please read Royal Lab manga. Don't skip ahead, preferably TV as well. There you go, it's World Sag. Well, the video I watched was quite in depth, to be fair. I'm gonna read it again though. As long as you do babble before 14, just heavy characterization for most major characters involved. Okay, okay. No worries, Frankie. Nah, we're just waffling. Just waffling. Babble before 13. Like the look today. Well, thank you. Just for the cowbots. Mansfield is largely inconsequential to Long Trail. Yeah, I was going to say, obviously I don't know the context because I need to read Long Trail. Yeah, but going through Mansfield, I'm like, I don't know what was so pertinent in that particular part of the story, but again, something might come in Long Trail when I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I guess I needed that, you know. But yeah, we'll do a Long Trail, then we'll do 13, I think, and then we'll do Babel, right? Right? Mansfield's larger kind of crap. I just like the setting. I think it was a cool setting, right? Skip Mansfield. Well, I've basically watched videos on Mansfield and Dorothy's Vision, but I'm definitely one to go through Dorothy's Vision. I was hooked, if I'm honest. I was hooked, so yeah. The mountain, Jesselton scrap. Mansfield was just fun randomness. Well, it's fun sometimes, right? You know, it's fun sometimes. That's what I like. For me, I still, because I think it was because it was my first side story, right? You know, Granny and the Knight's Treasure. I loved it. Totally little like separate side story, self-contained. Just like really, really good. You know. Is it just me or do you look thicker, pigs? Is that a nice way of saying pigs? You look fat as fuck, bro. Is that what we're saying here? I do need to lose some weight at the moment. I have cut my calories. I've been on a dirty bulk. It was Christmas, all right? It was Christmas, okay? It's too much beer, too much crap, all right? Nah, I've definitely put weight on. Anyway. Like, I think I've, even though I've been training less, I think I've still managed to put a bit of muscle mass on, especially around my back and my shoulders. Not so much on my arms and stuff. But yeah, I've put weight on, man. I've put weight on. I'm a fat fuck at the minute. I am, honestly. I really need to cut down this year. That's the plan. Try and lean up, you know? Lean up. That's the plan anyway. That's the plan. I want to be out. It's like, I've got some really nice gym stuff that, to be fair, I rarely wear at the gym because I always wear baggy stuff. I'm the dude at the gym who's like baggy hoodie, baggy tracky bottoms, you know? But like, I've got some really nice gym stuff that I kind of like wearing about the house, but it's all like nice, it's slimline stuff. And like at the minute, I put it on and I'm like, you know? Look like I'm trying to squeeze toothpaste back into the tube. I love Twilight on a Monday, even though it's like an independent story and Lathan story line, but I hate Mansfield Break. Really, why? Don't the name Bulky Kazu. You're not fat at all, you goon. Nah, I definitely have put a bit of weight on. I am a little Rubenesque at the moment, right? A little bit more Rubenesque than I would like to be, that's for sure. When I watch our story summaries on next time, stream next time, I need them for my glazing vitamins. Which ones? The ones I was on about. Don't know, you just seem more prominent today. Maybe it's the power of the Naruto hoodie? Maybe? Or maybe it's just the, because at the minute, I've turned off my main light, so I'm just using my ring light, so I think it makes, especially because I've got light top on, maybe it makes me pop out from the back now, maybe? You know? I don't know. Maybe. We all do it at Christmas. It's one time of the year. See, the thing is, the problem with last year, it wasn't the one time of the year. It was like, holiday was 2 weeks of booze and food and not doing much. The only exercise I really got was swimming, walking to the bar and swimming at the beach and going swimming on the boat trip, and the bit of walking I did here and there. And then there was the post-holiday situation where it was like, I don't accept that I'm not in Greece anymore. So that happened for a couple of weeks. And then next thing you know, it was like, man, we're in pre-Christmas times now, right? We might as well get into the we might as well get into the swing of things, right? Next thing you know, I'm like, shit, it's January and I'm a fat fuck. No, guys, casual, I know you love food, but don't try and dual on pigs too. But yeah, I really want to lean up. Like at the moment, right? I want to go clean shaven as well. I ain't been clean shaven for a while. I'm afraid what lurks beneath at the minute, though. You know, I'm afraid what lurks beneath. That's the problem. Like when you've had a bit of facial hair for a dude for a while, right, and you haven't gone clean shaven, there's that fear of like, have I added an extra chin? Well, this was here. You know? And I don't want to be hit with the realism of that, the realization of that. So I need to get some pounds off first, and then we'll risk it, right? Because I think at the minute, I'm going to lose the 50-50, and yeah, we're going to be in a bad end of the stick, man. Now we're deciding your third chin. Oh shit, we skipped straight past the second into the third. Food is spice alive. It don't hurt, jam more flavors. Oh, don't get me wrong. Like, do you know what my problem is? I like a beer, man. You know, I'll never like drink to get drunk. I can't. I think the last time I got drunk, it was one of my friend's weddings, and I mean, I was drunk. Like I woke up drunk. You know, like I remember waking up being drunk. I was still smashed, being sick in the hotel room, all over the place, being took back home, being in the back of the car, spewing up. That was the last time I was really, really drunk. Like, when I have a drink now, like I'll just have like maybe 3-4 beers, like 3-4 lagers, maybe. I don't drink anything hard, really, apart from maybe some Belgian beers that are a little bit high percentage. But, yeah, man, lager, worst thing, you know, full of fucking sugar, full of calories, bloat ya. And then as soon as you have a couple of beers, your inhibitions go out the window in regards to food, right? Second, you have a beer, you know, you're like, ooh, oh, let's go raid the cupboards. You know? Don't tell me you drink for the taste. Oh, dudes, I love a good lager, man. I do, yeah. I do, actually. Like, think for me, it's only been over the last couple of years that I've enjoyed a drink, right? Like, growing up, in my teens and my early 20s, I was never a drinker at all. Like, it's not something that I enjoyed doing at all. Like, when I go uptown, even then, I'd maybe like drink Bacardi and Coke, and even then I was like, you know, I'd stick to like fruit ciders and stuff like that's the kind of drinker. But I must admit, I like a nice lager, I do, and I've started to get a taste for like Belgian beers. Trust me, like. Even you might not like them, but for me, man, some Belgian beers, like triples and quadruples and stuff like that, proper Trappist Belgian beers, like they have to be brewed within a monastery or under the supervision of monks for them to be proper Trappist beers. They're so good. They're so good, man. They're like specialty drinks that I don't have often. Like usually Christmas, Rosie will buy me a pack of them directly from Belgium, like. And I'll have them, but yeah, like a pure cider drinker. Yeah, I used to like cider. I don't know now, man. I've lost the taste for it. I like a lager now. I've been enjoying like Madri and stuff recently. I like a Stella as well. I have a Stella, a wife beating now and again, you know. I like things like Sapporo and stuff as well. But yeah, I need to I ain't had any for a while, and I've got to try and stick to it, you know? I gotta try and stick to it. Because, it's, did you hear pirate shanties when you woke up? Bro, it was horrible. It was literally like, sat up, it was like The Undertaker, sat up, and it was just like, oh my god, the room's spinning. I'm still smashed. Like, I've woke up with hangovers in the past, right? To be fair, I'm quite lucky. I've never really been a hangover type of person, even when I've got drunk. I usually just, like, my hangover usually comes in the symptoms of sleeping the day away. I'm just tired. I don't get, like, major headaches. That day, oh, it was horrible. It was horrible, man. Like, it was vile. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. That was because I was mixing drinks at the end of the night. It was a wedding, though, you know. I was a heavy drinker when I was younger. I rarely do nowadays. Yeah, see, it was like, I'm not a heavy drinker now. I drink more than I should, really, because really, you shouldn't drink alcohol at all, really. But life's too short not to enjoy a vice here and there, right? But, you know, it's not good for you, right? Alcohol's not good for you, really, at all. Like, it's, you know, it's poison, really, isn't it? But there's a lot of things that are not good for you, right? You know, you gotta have enjoyments here and there, right? But I definitely drink more than I should, just because of calories, really. It's a calorie thing for me. But yeah, when eating tons of food is your voice surely hit odds. Yeah, like for me, like I'll do, because I eat well, I do usually. Like I'm not a bad eater in the sense that, like, usually in the morning I'll get back from the gym and I'll have like 4 eggs. I'll scramble 4 eggs. I'll have between 125 gram to 150 gram of minced beef, and then I'll like have some cabbage and leek, and I'll fry the mince up with some cabbage and leek, and then I'll do my scrambled eggs and I'll eat that together. So it's like high protein, quite low calories for what it is. And then I'll usually come and stream, and then I don't eat till I have my tea. And then usually my tea's usually quite decent as well. And I'm usually good there. I'll have a protein shake as well. Sometimes I don't have a protein shake though. And I'm usually good then. But my voice is evening eating. When that's when I'll be naughty. And that's the worst time to eat as well, right? Because you get insulin spikes when you're asleep, and that's when you start putting weight on. It's like the worst time to be doing it, really. But like I say, second have a beer. It's like, hey, let's go and get the block of cheese out. You know, what can we put that with? We got some deli meats, get them out, you know. And I'm terrible for like I'm an animal. I'm actually an animal. Like, I'll have my beer, right? I'll have my beer. I'll have some cheese. I'll have like some pork crunch or some coated nuts or something, right? And then I'll be like, right, get the cheese with the nuts, eat that, drink my drink, and I'm just like, oh, I'm in heaven. I'm terrible, lady. Now I think about it, I don't think I've ever been proper drunk. Yeah, it's only been a couple of times in my life, really. I can't really count on my hand, right? Like, I got smashed at one of my mates at one time, and my sister's wedding and my mate's wedding. Like, 2 weddings have been the times when I was actually, like, I wouldn't say paralytic, right? But drunk. Definitely drunk. Yeah. Other than that, it's just been tipsy, you know? A couple of beers, you know, you feel it, and that's it. Like, yeah, I haven't really been smashed like that, really. I like a Corona once in a while. Rosie likes a Corona, actually. Gacha is your voice. A little bit. I think apparently, isn't red wine supposed to be good for the cardiovascular system in small amounts? I've heard that as well, apparently. But you know, nowadays it's like everything's bad for you, right? Like you look around on the internet, you wake up in the morning, and you've increased your chances of dying by about 75% by just getting out of bed. So being Asian means you eat rice 3 times a day. As someone that can drink alcohol, what is the fun and nice about it? Honestly asking. For me, it's like taste. I do enjoy the taste of a nice lager or, like, say, a nice beer. It's probably been a year since the last time I had something like whiskey. Or, you know, a nice little glass of whiskey in a glass that's been in the freezer, and the whiskey in the freezer as well. Because obviously whiskey doesn't freeze at freezing point. It's like, I don't know what its freezing point is, but it's way below freezing. So it gets a little bit more viscous. That can be quite nice. Yeah, most alcohol, I don't really like the taste of, but I like a nice lager. I do like the taste of a good lager. Never want to experience a hangover again. Felt like an out-of-body experience for you. Yeah, hangovers suck. Yeah. Because, like, that's why I've never really been a person who drinks. Because I used to know people like that, like, you know, who's younger. And every Friday and Saturday, they'll be out, get absolutely blitzed, spend a load of money, not remember the day, and then the weekend was ruined because there was hungover for most of the weekend, and I could never do it. I'm like, man, the weekend's my weekend. I've been working all week. I want to enjoy the weekend. I don't want to have no money, not remember what I did Friday night, and then be out for the weekend. You know what I mean? Nice dark fruits. Rosie likes that. Rosie likes that actually. She likes a fruity cider. Some got dark fruits or she likes Copperberg now and again. There's another one she gets on Tesco as well sometimes. I forgot what it's called. Never get hangovers, you lucky man. Well, saying that though, like I say, for me, I've only ever had one hangover that was like a traditional hangover. You know, when people say like the head's banging and like you're light sensitive and everything. That was from whiskey. Never again. That's probably why I haven't drunk whiskey properly for a long time, because I had a whiskey hangover the one day and that was vile. That was vile. It's -27, is he? What's going on, BS? That was vile, that was. So yeah. Like I said, I probably had, man, only a couple of hangovers. And as I say, they've always been I wake up and I'm just like, I need to go back to bed. I need to go back to bed. You know, and I'll sleep till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe. And then I feel fine. I'm just tired, like. So, as far as I'm lucky like that. There's a time when my dad was really drunk going home at night for some reason. He just goes straight to my backyard and sleep there. There's one drink that did kill me, Perno. I remember when I went to, I was in Spain. Me and my dad went to Spain. And I was only a kid. Like, I don't know. So like about 12 or something, maybe. And we was watching the football in the bar over the road from the hotel. And like, there was working on commission, right? So obviously, as soon as your beer's half gone, like, dude was like, another San Miguel, sir? Another San Miguel, sir? Because my dad was watching the football. He was on holiday mode. He was like, yeah. Not once did he get to an empty glass. His bloke was like, another San Miguel, sir? He got up. My dad was smashed, man. I had to help him back to the hotel. Like, he was fucked. I don't even drink socially nowadays. Ever since a hanger on my friends bought with them almost got us into serious trouble for sexual. Oh, really? Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, a hanger on. Okay. Yeah, so you gotta be careful, especially nowadays as a lad, man. Everybody has to be careful, actually, especially women as well, right? Because, you know, terrible things can happen to women when they're drunk, and, you know, you can get yourself into a myriad of situations as a man or a woman that are, you know, that are not good for you. That's what I say for me. Like, I don't drink like that anyway. Like, you know, it'll be me, Rosie, my sister and my brother-in-law will go out for food, maybe have a couple of beers, or me and Rosie might go down the local pub and have a couple of beers and then walk home, or we'll drink at home. Like, we don't go out like that and hang around with people we don't really know in big groups and get smashed anymore. You know, that's what you do when you're in your teens and your early 20s, right? So, you know, like, having a beer now is like a thing as a couple, like, we do, really. I think already here, I'm just going to stick with tea. I don't blame you. At the end of the day, if you can stay away from any of life's voices and still be good, yeah, man, you know? And more power to you, you know what I mean? I don't drink alcohol. Life is better and also a lot cheaper that way. True. It's definitely cheaper, that's for sure. It's definitely cheaper, especially nowadays, you know? Especially nowadays. But, yeah. True, cafe, true. I remember it happened to, my friend one time when we was out. We was underage, actually. We shouldn't have been there. And we went to this, place that was kind of local to us. Proper dive, right? Proper dive. You know the places that let, especially lads in underage, and we clearly looked underage, right? And like, I remember me and my friend were in there. Well, there was 4 of us, and my one friend, he was like, I'm going outside for a cigarette. This is while you could still smoke indoors. This was, I think, or it might have been after that, I don't know. And he was like, yeah. And I remember, like, man, like, say, how old was he? 16, 17, maybe. And me and my friend was dancing with this one woman who was way too old for us. And then next thing you know, my other friend comes running in, and he's like, something's happened to Si, man. Something's happened to him. Like, I don't know if he's been robbed or he's been attacked or what, and like went outside and my mate was out there and his face was covered in blood and everything. I think what had happened, he'd gone out for a cigarette. I think he was feeling a bit drunk. None of us were drunk, but I think he'd like, because he was quite slim and short, like, you know what I mean? So I think the drink had just hit him, and obviously we're being young. And I think he'd sat down at the bench outside, and a bunch of blokes had come up to him, and they bugged him. I think it was hard to get a lot from him, but I know his phone got lost or stolen. And I don't know if he tried to fight him off or what, but he was drunk, and they ended up fucking battering him outside this bar. Oh, my earbuds, yeah. You thought I got a chain on, yeah. I feel like the mark of alcohol way too much than they cost to make, especially if you order it to the restaurant. Oh, yeah, especially if you go out clubbing, like, it's a rip-off. And I'm sure, like, with some people, they try it, like, at the bar, like, you know, when people are smashing, like, you know, knock a couple of quid on it kind of thing. Yeah, it was bad, man. It was bad. Yeah, we got up to no good when we were younger, man. We got up to no good. Alright then, should we what is there anything going on in the gacha space today, chat? Is there anything happening before we jump into things? Do you guys, oh, I don't know if you checked out my video that I made earlier. Huyo are making a realistic shooter game that potentially could have vehicles, destructible environments, realistic bullets. Now, I don't know exactly what that's going to be based down to. I'm just, in my head, I'm like, okay, so it's not going to be hit scan. There's going to be actual bullet velocity. The depths of that, we don't know. But it got me thinking, are we going to be seeing Huyo moving away from gacha? Because if they make, like, obviously, we don't know what the scale of the game is going to be, right? But in my head, I think of stuff like Arena Breakout Infinite, right? You know, that's a less hardcore version of something like Tarkov. And I'm like, if they start to get into stuff like that, now I know there's games that do that sort of stuff and they might have skin gacha and stuff like that, but if they get into like a realistic military shooter, is gacha gonna work in that? You know, is gacha gonna work in that, or is this potentially Huyo being like, you know what, we've conquered the gacha space, it's making us billions, and we've got a bunch of games coming out to continue the facilitation of this massive amounts of money coming in, right? They're not moving away from gacha in general because they've got a shit ton of money coming in, and they've got more coming in the future games because we know for at least 3 or 4 games that they've got coming out. Is this their attempt to be like, okay, let's try and go, you know, target the traditional market, if you will, the more global market, because I'm sure it'll probably do well in CN as well, because there's plenty of Western games that do well in CN as well, right? So it makes me think, you know, is that their attempt to go after the more traditional market, or are we going to see them potentially try and keep it gacha, but have a gacha anime shooter? But like looking at it, they're going down the physically based rendering, which doesn't literally mean it won't be anime, but it makes me think that maybe it won't be. So yeah, I think if they move away from anime aesthetics and go into a more traditional game, if you will, in terms of a military shooter, will they potentially move away from the gacha, or will they monetize it through a skin gacha, or will they just go down like a route of something like Arena Breakout, where you can buy currency and stuff in the game and use that to facilitate progress in whatever manner, depending on what the game's going to be. We don't even know what it's going to be, right? Is it going to be something like Battlefield? Is it going to be something a bit more like COD, an extraction shooter, a PvE game? We just don't know, right? We just don't know. Huyo Field. Huyo was one we net more slot than COD. Oh, that's kind of hard at the minute with Black Ops 7 though, right? But I got my game. Oh, nice, Leo. Let's go. Let's go, man. Ready. You ready for Enfield now, yeah? Huyo Tarkov incoming gacha to get bullets, you know. Limbus Canton 9 Part 3 tomorrow. I need to get back on Limbus, actually. I need to get back on Limbus. I've just been so busy recently. Yeah, so that vid. I think Unreal Engine 5 will be... Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's such a sloppy engine, right? It's such a sloppy engine. It is, yeah. It is a thing where it's like, not even UE4, you know? Because even though WoW's got its issues, I think it was definitely better going down the UE4 route than the UE5 route, right? You think it'll be loot boxes and skins for weapons like Valorant? Yeah, I think that would be the most sensible, the most logical, if they're at least trying to go after the global market anyway, right? Or, you know, trying to tack into that market. There's not going to be a lot of, unless the game's just insanely good, there's not going to be a lot of people who play things like, you know, I don't know, Squad, Tarkov, Battlefield, whatever it might be, and then it's like heavily monetized around Gacha. Now, if it's skins, maybe they'll accept it. I don't know. But I just feel like with those sort of games, you probably make less money off skin gacha than you would off just doing straight up skins and stuff and bundles. I feel like when you've got those sort of games, you're better off just doing bundles and skins, maybe. Yeah, there's an MMO as well. Yeah. I get the feeling someone in Hoyle just went and said, I want to make a shooter and the rest was history. I hope it's good. End of the day, I'm a fan of FPS games or third-person games, right? So if they make a good one, hey, you know me, I don't have that Hoyle PTSD, man. I'll be all over that like a rash. Wonder if they'll do Battle Royale mode, Fortnite, watch out. So I was thinking about that, and I'm like, you know, you got what's the latest Battle Royale really? We've got, what is it, RedSec in Battlefield. I feel like the era of extraction shooters is, Battle Royales is maybe on the downside now, right? Unless somebody comes along with something really different, maybe. Even though, you know, Warzone and Fortnite still do insane numbers and PUBG's still killing it. Then again, though, maybe they are trying to tack into the PUBG space. Because I think, like, do they go away from mobile and try and do a traditional, just go after the PC market? Because it says they want it to be super high frame rate and high graphical fidelity. But that doesn't mean not mobile, right? Or are they genuinely just trying to have to... Because, like, PUBG Mobile makes a shit ton in China, doesn't he? I was shocked by how much money that makes. That makes insane amounts of money, doesn't he? So maybe they're just after that, like, market. And they want to, they want to break in and eat a bit of that piece of that pie. I want Arknights ex Genshin. I want Fear of the Ocean to take over some of the region from Genshin and Azuma. Isn't Silver Palace performance kind of good though? I don't see, like, I always find it a bit hard to talk about performance. I get some stuttering here and there, but it's a beta, right? And I am on a 4090 and a 13900K, so it's not exactly the average experience. But I've definitely been getting some frame drops and stuttering in the game. But I'd say overall it's pretty good for a closed beta. And so the thing is with Unreal, just because it's Unreal doesn't mean it's going to be bad. I think it just means that developers have to work a lot harder to make it feel good. It can look amazing on UE5, right? And I think that's a problem where Unreal have gone over the last couple of years. They've gone to making... It's catering to the AAA industry, right? This can look spectacular, but then when you start to play, it can have issues. At the end of the day, developers can be wizards sometimes, can't they? But I think the reason why UE5 is the way it is because it takes so much work, I think, to get where a lot of developers need to be. Do you know what I mean? You ready for Enfield? Got eaten alive by the fog. I assume you already saw we have bullish. Yes, somebody mentioned that earlier. BS, yeah. Are they going to make shooter games now, Hoyo? Apparently, yeah. The job listings are saying that. That's what the job listings are saying. And last time the job listings was like this was just over a year ago, and I reported on it. And pretty much every single game's been confirmed now, apart from this one fantasy game that we saw that vignette of. That's it. Well, that's been pretty much confirmed because we saw the vignette. We just don't know exactly what it's going to be, do we? And download Black Ops 7 now? No. It's because I'm a fan of first-person shooters that I refuse to do that. Yeah, PUBG Mobile. Yeah. Imagine if Highguard ended up being a game changer. See, yeah, you don't know, do you? Like, I think the thing that's got, it's got Respawn devs working on it, right? But it does look super generic, doesn't it? It does. It's kind of odd that they've gone so quiet. Maybe they're cooking up something insane. I don't know. Skin Gacha is fine. Skin Gacha is fine for me as long as I can do character rotations and I can see 6 more skins. Is a 5070 better or worse than a 4090? Worse. Worse. Is an anime shooter like Sonova? I don't know. I'm going to assume not because it specifically talks about like realistic bullets, destructible environments, and physical based rendering, which typically, you know, you'd think it's like something that's going to have high fidelity and somewhat of a realistic look. It doesn't exclusively mean that, but if it is an anime game, it's going to look potentially something more like that Vasapura than something like, you know, something a bit more art style, if that makes sense, you know, something a little bit less cell shaded, if you will, you know, like Genshin and Star Rail and stuff like that. It'd look, if it was going to be anime, I would assume it would probably look a lot more like something like Vasapura, you know, like at least in terms of environmental design, like something like Silver Palace, where it looked a lot more less anime, and then you put the characters and then it's like, okay, it looks anime now. I don't know. Yep, stream, yeah, what's going on, Zara? Oh damn, that's what I bought my son. Thought it was a new model, 57. It's more than good enough to do probably everything he wants to do on it, to be fair, Kathy. 4090 is an absolute monster of a card. It's a monster of a card. So, like, to me, I think the 4090 is going to be akin to this generation, like kind of like what the 1080 Ti was back in the day, where it just was, you know, it was just such a great card. So, like, having something a little bit worse than that doesn't make it shit, you know. High God's an arrival in terms of public opinion, not going to high. Yeah, it's I don't think I've seen a positive. I think the closest thing I've seen to a positive statement on it was from fuck, what's his name now? Shit, I'm gonna forget his name. He's a dude who does like the MMO games, but he was doing like a roundup, and he was saying like, from what I've seen, I don't get the hate for it. I understand the worries, but he was like, I don't get it. Well, I get it. Yeah, he just looks generic, right? It's just one of those games, like, I think because we're in a post-Concord world, it's getting a lot more disdain than it would have, I think. I think if Concord hadn't have happened, I think people would just be like, whatever, not that interested. And it'd just be like that. But I think it's getting kind of lambasted at the moment because of Concord, you know what I mean? I think because Concord was such a fucking shit show, and the way the devs were, I think, you know, it's just getting connected to it, isn't it? Yeah. He's definitely, oh yeah, you get it. If it's coming from a laptop, man, it's going to be like fucking, you know, it's going to be like shitting on a golden toilet, man. His legendary thing still runs well enough for some games there. TI, the 1080 Ti, goated card, man. Goated. Am I going to play any horror game on stream? I'm not really a horror game enjoyer, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie, they do get me sometimes. Like, Outlast shit me up a couple of times. Trying to think of some other ones now. Yeah, I'm not really a horror game person. I'm not really. Horror versus esports would be so big, not gonna lie. Maybe that's what they're gonna try with something like Nexus Anima. Speaking on Nvidia, did you hear their CEO complain people are so negative about AI and wants people to stop calling it slop? Was that Nvidia or was that Microsoft? I know Microsoft said that, right? UE gives a lot to the devs from the get-go compared to Unity, which works has a certain look. UE does. Devs have to disable a lot of things to even start from scratch, making optimization harder. Yeah, you've got a lot of assets as well, haven't you? You just get compared a lot to Kong, and you can understand why. Like, I feel bad for the devs, like, because it must suck when you've worked hard on a game for years, right? And you show it off, and you're at the Game Awards, and you're all there going, oh my god. Well, you know, you're nervous, you're anxious, you're excited, you're scared. You know, this thing you've been working on is coming to fruition, the world's about to see it, and then everybody goes, that's trash. And it's trash as well because look at this other thing that was so shit. It's just like that other thing and you're like, damn, bro. I feel bad. Like, I do feel bad for devs sometimes. You know, from a human standpoint. Like, it's easy to shit on developers, right? It is. But sometimes, like, from the human point, you think, man, it must suck when you've dedicated so much of your life to something and everybody shits on it instantly. And I'm not saying it takes away from the fact of bad games being bad games and deserving to be shit on, but, like, it must suck. It must suck. So if you're going to try new games, kind of want you to play Amori. Okay. Oh, did NVIDIA do it as well? It's like with NVIDIA and stuff, like, that's what I was thinking is AI just gets a bad rep full stop right now, doesn't it? Like, because I think like with things like GPU computational power and stuff, like, it could potentially be a really good thing, right? I think it's just because of the garbage that people have put out with AI in regards to art, and just the meme type of stuff. It's kind of like everything gets lumped in with garbage pictures on Twitter now, doesn't it? Where there's some genuine AI that like has some technological aspects. It could really benefit society in terms of efficiency and additional help for computational stuff and that, like, right? But then you've got, like, Grok put Keir Starmer in a bikini, which funny, although some of the stuff that people have been doing with Grok insanely terrible and actually like illegal as well. But like, I think everything just gets lumped in with that now, doesn't he? Did I see a laptop gaming slander? No. Considering Nvidia and MS are joined at the hips, anything one says goes for the other. Yeah, well, they are like such dominant players in the market now, right? I think, doesn't PlayStation run an AMD chipset as well? That's right. Yeah, Kathy, yeah. Then he gets used for government surveillance, right? Right. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of negative connotations that come with AI. You won't find me out here defending that shit. Like, there's scary stuff, right? It's genuinely scary stuff. Like, I watched a video the other day on YouTube, right? I watched body cam videos. And there was a bloke who'd gone to a casino and he was betting, and he'd won some money, and as he was leaving, he got stopped by the security at the casino, right? And they were like, "You've already been trespassed from here, and you're back in here now, and we're not going to let you leave now, and we're going to call the police now, because this is criminal trespass now. You've been warned, you've been banned, and you're back again. So we're calling the police." So they detain him, they call the police turn up, right? Dude's like, this person you're saying, it's not me. I am not this dude. That's not me. And he had ID. He fetched out a work pay slip to prove it wasn't him. He had his tags for his car for him to run. He had all of that, and the police were like, cameras and the staff saying it's you, because what they do here is they've got this newfangled AI system, and it's come back as a 99.9% chance that that's you. You're the bloke who got trespassed before, right? This dude got locked up, had to go to court. Turns out it wasn't him. It was another dude who just looked a bit like him. And even looking at the picture yourself, you could look and be like, that's not the same guy. They looked quite a lot old. One looked quite a lot older than the other one, right? You know what I mean? Like, there was similarities, but like, I think most humans would look at that and go, yeah, that's two different people, right? And the charges got dropped against him. Dude, he's still got it on his criminal record. It hasn't been wiped, his criminal record hasn't, to this day. You know what I mean? So a bloke has got a criminal record because AI decided he was somebody else when he wasn't. Which, like, that sort of stuff's crazy, man. It's like wild that even though that's just an AI system in a corporate entity, a business, right, a private business, they took the word of that over government documentation, multiple government documentation as well, and a car that was tagged to his ID as well. And they still were like, yeah, but the AI says it's you, and it's usually pretty right. And it's like, that's that's kind of dystopian when you think about it, right? And still ends up with a criminal record out of it, like. It's fucking mad. Mad. Yeah, when I was watching it, I was just like, oh my god. Like, this is crazy, because I remember, like, first when, we started to see deep fake stuff, and they were seeing the, AI stuff and that. Freaking, I was like, man, how long is it going to be till people use this stuff to make it look like somebody's committed a crime, and they'll get away with it as well, because of either idiotic people within the justice system and the civil service and the police and stuff, or people just corrupt, It's genuinely a real thing, man, because, like, you only got to show somebody footage, and look, there he is, Judge, breaking in, oh, yeah, he's stealing the stuff right now, oh, yeah, he punched the woman in the face as he left as well, And he's like, mad. What's up, Blood Red? Now you got a criminal record because casinos are evil. Well, this is the state that, as an, what's his criminal record? Like, the casino and that dropped the charges against him, like, but still. It was really sad watching the police officer interact with him, though, because he's like, the police officer was like, man, he seems, I believe him. He was like, I kind of believe him. And he was like, well, if you kind of believe him and he's got his ID, maybe we should use some, like, logic here. It's a trespass. Let's not arrest him, and if we find out that it definitely was him, then we'll go to his house and we can arrest him at a later date, right? It's not like he was a violent crime, or he was caught stealing or something that was, like, terrible. It was, it was just criminal trespass now, which prior to that, it's a civil situation trespass, isn't it? Obviously not allowed to become criminal because I determined that they wanted to charge him as criminal trespass, but still crazy. The corporate overlords decide what's lawful. Yeah, the worst thing, no, man, he's having dodgy AI systems deciding it, right? Assembling my gaming right now. Chilling it comes in my units. Let's go. I hope it runs all good, dude. I hope it runs all good. Alright, let's get started then. We're yapping. So, we need to use this first. Remind me to switch over in a bit to game capture. Alright. Let me get rid of this. What's going on in the gacha sphere today, chat? Today, why Baltic states so popular among Asian developers? I don't know. Arknights, Lithuanian Empire, Lithuania. Isn't it? I thought the Lithuanian Empire was more like Germany. Is it more Lithuania? I've always got, like, a more German vibe from it. I have. Wuthering Raves, Lahai Roy, Lithuania. Valkyrie Chronicles, Galia, Estonia, Genshin Impact, Nodcroy, Latvia. Well, Genshin's been all over the place, hasn't it, really? Upcoming Crimson Desert, all Baltic states. Do we know that? The Crimson Desert's based around there. Like, I don't get any of these. Like, I've only played a bit of 3.0, but how the fuck is Lahai Roy, Lithuania? Lithuania is based on the Holy Roman Empire. Well, it covers Austria, Germany, and Central Europe then, really, doesn't he? So, still, same point, right? Well, have you actually played the games you listed? Lithuania from Arknights references also Hungarian Empire, particularly the German part, also known as Cisleithania. Lahai Roy is mostly just a sterile modern sci-fi setting because it's built mostly by international community aside from royal people. I also say, like, I don't get Lahai Roy and Lithuania at all. Did you just think LLL kind of that Lithuania? Yeah. This dude must be from Lithuania. I think this dude's from Lithuania and he wants it to be, So yeah, okay. So he was right on our assumptions then. Valkyrie Chronicles, Galia, Estonia, right? Genshin Impact, Nodcroy, Latvia. Then he's mainly Austria with modern Germany. Continue context. How is Lahai Roy in any way Lithuanian inspired? It's the giant void worms and the mecha warlord, of course. Duh! Actually, really well known. You got to be careful out there in the streets in Lithuania because giant void worms are a real problem, and mecha wildlife as well has been a bit of a problem over there as well. You think Australia's bad? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, not great full of Finnish folklore references actually. Well, yeah, different there, right? Different there. But, I don't know about that though anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know about the initial post. Don't know about that initial post. 2.5 seduction has EOS and no one's surprise. 2.5 dimensional seduction angel stage has ended. Its service of January 14th, 2026. One person for Heaven Hells will release on the 4th of February. I think we've looked at this right.
너무 그러지 마세요, 안지. 더 이상 물러서지 않아요? 이건 어떠냐? 배고픕니다. 모두 모이세요.
This is like Blue Arco. We got so little gameplay there. Like, what the fuck is going on? I couldn't tell if that was turn-based or it kind of played a little bit like a Blue Archive or what. Silver Palace Model Test CBT1 review. It's a bit early for a review, I think. I never like really doing reviews of betas as well. I never really like the idea. I'm okay with like thoughts, first impressions, complete impressions, but like a review, I suppose we're arguing semantics, right? But Twinkle Star Nights and Magic Catme collaboration has started. The Aito event teaser. We saw this, haven't we? We saw this as well. What's going on in the Arknights subreddit? Shavaluk. Ooh. Oosh. Nice art. This is nice. This is nice. Some good artwork there. Always together. That's cute. That's actually cute, right? That's actually cute. That's actually cute. Hey, what's going on? Is that? Have you guys put anything in React Smash for me? Is there anything interesting in there? Where are we? Oh, the headhunting. Oh, here we go. What you guys were talking about, yeah. The headhunting history feature is now available. You may access your records by visiting the All-Star account center and navigating the game info headhunting history. But he's not the only records from the past 90 days started from. So, wait. Oh, so is this only in your Yo-Star account? Is this in the game yet? Is it actually in the game, or was it just on the website? Website only? Oh, that sucks. I suppose it's something, but why can't they get that implemented into the game? Why is it so difficult? I don't understand why it's so difficult to get implemented into the game. Is it in the game in CN? It is in the game in CN. What the fuck? Okay. I take back the Yo-Star W comment I made earlier. Yo-Star doesn't manage the game data directly, I suppose. But what about when it comes to, like, issues within the game, though? Like, previous, like, errors in events and stuff? That's on Yo-Star's end, right? For global, they publish the game globally, right? They have control over that. Yo-Star doesn't want to do it. I don't know why. Yeah, it's like the game in Taiwan too. That's bullshit. I don't know why that ain't in global. Game issues like patch-related stuff apparently falls on Hypergryph. I think Hypergryph will be able to roll that out then, right? Like, is that a Hypergryph L, or is that a management on Yostar side of things in regards to pushing particular patches because they don't quite have the okay to do so because they're like poor management in regions, or what? Right, Kathy? She's like one of the big L's in Global Arknights, to be fair. Takes 5 minutes to create something that requests data from the server and display it on a web page. I guess it's just cheap. Oh, for sure, it's an easy route, right? Definitely. Need to coordinate for it, I'm guessing. Probably, yeah. Probably. I blame Yostar for everything. Probably mix him up. Probably, yeah. Probably. Not always black and white, right? So, yeah. Yeah. All right, we're going to be watching this as well, chap. I think this goes live 11:30 a.m. for me. So we'll go live around about the same time as we did yesterday. We'll probably get live around about 11. Maybe even 10:30. Chill. Yap for an hour. Get ready. Watch the program. And then, I don't know, we might play Silver Palace after we watch this, I think. That might be the plan for Friday chat. That might be the plan, chat. And that might be the plan. Have you guys seen what's been going on in the Wooer community with the Luke subreddit? Apparently, they're like really mad that their character didn't get gameplay leaked. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Yeah, ain't shit going on in here. All right, let's have a look what you guys might have put up in here. Is there anything interesting? This clear clock took me 3 years. Might watch this actually at some point. Yeah, this is from yesterday. Got your first game second. I saw a little bit of this actually.
I want to love life.
Saw a little bit of this. Whereas a community, I thought this was just a cult. Should we have a look at this? Should we check it out? Should we check it out? Plap, 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 get promoted. What's this Renegade's been working on? Meme Olympics is a video I've been preparing for a while in the back burner, but only recently recorded with a bunch of people. This concept isn't new, and it's easy to find Meme Olympics on other games. I'm merely just using the concept and applying it to Arknights, posting soon.
I have invited 6 content creators from different parts of the world, just like the Olympics, to compete in a gauntlet that I have cooked up, and the goal is to finish first on every single challenge, or at least finish in the podium, which is second or third. And you better watch till the end because the person at the bottom of the leaderboard will have to do a community post as a punishment that the rest of the group has prepared. Without further ado, let's go and meet our contestants.
Hi, my name is Roy Pupper.
Shit
I'm
poster.
a Limbus company content creator who somehow makes content for Arknights.
Is this like the list of claim to fame? The claims to fame. Shit poster got featured on the Yostar stream for 1 frame, barely visible. Bro just finished Canto 4 and thinks he's a Limbus CC now.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm plus minus, as you know.
Uploads twice a year. Guna content maestro. Facts. Bro, he's like Guna Max. Straight up Guna Max. Wonders why some of his content is demonetized by YouTube.
So I make lore videos and Gunner videos.
My name is not important. I've been
Sounds like Arknight's most hated YouTuber. Favorite operator, probably Gummy. Thick Italian accent.
abducted by the fucking CIA. This
I don't know where people get that from. It's barely noticeable. It took me ages to even realise dude was Italian, if I'm honest.
is how the aliens take cows.
Hello, my name is Vision. I make videos on
This is 5-star niche. Wants to be pegged by Texas. Happy to be here. Okay.
5-star operators, but sometimes 6-star operators too. And yeah, I'm excited to be part of this game that Renegade has cooked up.
Hello everybody, my name is Takutanga. I'm a
Cyborg VTuber. Pretends to be dumb to be on our level. Allegedly uses a voice changer for a deeper voice.
Cyber YouTuber. I mainly play Arknights and Enfield for now. And I am suffering a minor Riftbound addiction, which is unfortunate because this month sucks. But anyway, hey, I'm happy to be here, and yeah.
Hello, I'm Glitter. I stream Arknights sometimes.
Streams Arknights regularly. Flesh Tuber. Flesh Tuber has the shortest introduction and possibly also the shortest.
I feel like, why is it me? Dude, it's not me. I woke up like 2 hours ago and I'm hungover. I'm not performing at my best right now. I'm gonna be real.
Judging by how scared Yostar is by not adding them to the anniversary video, I think it's super. Guy's too powerful, man. Guy's too powerful.
True.
I don't think I'm gonna perform well because I don't care much about gameplay performance. So I'm just a casual player.
We all know that throughout history, especially in the 20th century, the Italians really perform well in conflicts, didn't they? They're really well known for that. Did you know that? You know? They definitely weren't useless when it came down to it. So I'm sure Super will be punching up now. Punching up, right? Or punching down, actually.
When it comes to who's gonna perform pretty well today, it's maybe Glitter.
I was
Okay.
gonna say me, but if I can't,
If this was
vouch
Guna,
for
yeah, plus
myself,
nobody would have else
I
needed would
would
have bothered turning up.
probably give it to Glitter. Honestly, he seems the more knowledgeable about the gameplay.
Okay.
You know, there's Plus, which is very knowledgeable about operator feet. There's Rory, which is knowledgeable about animation and shit. Then there's Tech and Physion. I don't know what they do. But anyway, Glitter seems the best candidate.
I think Supa might crush this competition. They have a unpredictable energy that none of us can match. Not us mere mortals can match their chaotic energy.
Well, I think the issue is I have the youngest account out of everybody, having only started about a year and like a couple months ago. Which
Okay,
means I'm
so
missing
it's
a
quite
lot
new
of,
then,
like,
right?
Year 1 through 4 operators. So depending on the challenge, I don't know how well that's gonna go. I'd have to guess, you know, let's see, what Rory primarily animates, Supa makes gummy stuff, Fizzy makes meme stuff, Floss is meme, and Glitter is glitter. Maybe Glitter.
What? How? Just because I play on stream? Yeah, what the hell? Why do I have pressure on me? They don't know that I'm tired and hungover.
That sounds like he's trying to pull the wool over on their eyes, man. He's fresh. He's fresh as a bean, man. He's ready to go. Bro's playing I got smashed last night and I'm at 50%. Yeah. We see you, Glitter. We see ya.
Well, I hope you do well in this meme Olympics because you're
Don't watch me. I can call an ambulance, but not for me, you know?
kind of representing our country here.
Don't say that! Don't say that! Dude,
Alright,
no,
it's
no,
time
no,
to
don't
move
say that.
on.
No.
God, I hope I'm not gonna have to be forced to play only Lysanian operators.
I'll have you know, back in 2025...
I told Super as well to put Lappy down. I told him, but he was like, no.
YouTube commenter also appointed me as the spokesperson for lesbians worldwide, so that I'll be also representing that.
Keep your expectations low. I don't know how this will turn out. I'm not the best at Arknights, but I love the game anyways.
Good old America. I will do my best.
They don't know Arknights exist, so no. They don't know.
Alright.
I'm an outlier.
Alright, so we will be moving on now. Thank you so much for that.
I'm looking forward to this. Actually.
I have invited 6
Yeah,
content
man.
creators.
That sounds dope. Actually, that does. Actually, sounds dope. All right, what we got. Monsters Biology. What is this?
Yes, I've been gone for 2 months. Yes, I'm back now, and no, I will not be explaining myself. Fuck you. Today, I seek to answer perhaps the greatest mystery.
Has this got spoilers? I feel like this might have potentially have spoilers. But has he? Is that watchable? Can we check it out? It does. Okay. Yeah. Ken. Fucking Ken. Geezer, man. It's Geezer. Told you, man. Come to my Discord, guys. Watch me get bullied on a regular by my community. If you want to make more money, spoil it. Okay. Yeah. I thought probably because if we're getting into stuff like that around a particular character, especially one I haven't seen, it makes sense. It makes sense. Should we watch this? Like, I don't know if I'm over like the whole Enfield beta stuff now. I don't know if I'm over it. And I'm just excited about the game. I don't know. You know? Because obviously I know more views on the game. But yeah, I don't know if I need to watch another video talking about it, if I'm honest, chat. I don't know if I need to watch another video talking about it. We're on the cycle now. Gameplay, great. Gacha. Oh, did they talk about the gacha being bad? Gacha romance done right. Well, Snowbreak has the best romance in any gacha.
Snowbreak.
All right. I'll bite at this one. Okay, I'm going to bite at this one. Because I actually played Snowbreak when it first came out, right? I got us a bit of a soft spot for Snowbreak. I was playing it mainly before it went Super Guna. Played a little bit post Super Guna. But I quite like it, right? And I've been wanting a game that does what Snowbreak does, but just does it in a lot more of a high quality, polished format, right? You know, like comparable to like a Hoyo title or a Kuro title or something like Enfield, but in the guise of how Snowbreak plays. It'd be nice to play a really good third-person shooter gacha game, right? I think it'd be fun. So I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Snowbreak. So let's see why Snowbreak has the best romance in any gacha from a writer's perspective. I'll be interested to see these. Look, I think it maybe should really, because this is a game that really, really leans into that sort of stuff, right? In the parasocial interactions with your waifus as well, to the point of some degenerate levels, actually. So, yeah, man. All right, let's check this out then. Why Snowbreak has the best romance in any gacha. All right, let's go.
It has one of my favorite stories in the entire gacha genre. And no.
Okay. Big statement. Big statement.
It's not because the lore is any deeper than any other gacha games. It's not because the world building is any better than any other gacha games.
Okay.
It's because Snowbreak does something almost no other gacha game dares to. It has canon romance, and it actually commits to it. In most gacha games, romance is either a vague...
What, to an individual character or to your harem?
Tease, a running joke, or something deliberately left ambiguous, so nobody gets upset about which character is winning.
Yeah, that's truth. That's truth. There is games that definitely do love to do that, you know. Meet a character, they seem like they love you. You seem like you're being quite reciprocal, but then it's like, hey, we'll leave that hanging. We'll leave that hanging. Because we don't want the next banner's fans to get angry that their character's not the main waifu.
And honestly, I get why they do that. It's safer, it's easier, and it avoids fan wars. But Snowbreak goes in the opposite direction. It lets characters actually fall in love, it lets relationships develop, and it doesn't pretend they're not happening. And I love it for that. Not just because I personally enjoy romance in stories I read and play, but because Snowbreak uses romance to strengthen its narrative instead of avoiding it. So today, I want to talk about why Snowbreak's approach to romance works.
So like, I'm fine with that as well, because like, I've said this before, right? I have no issues with romantic storylines in gacha games, right? I don't, but I want them to feel like natural and not just to sell a character, and that ambiguous oh, look at this connection. Whoa, do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? You're a self-insert. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? She likes you. She likes you. Oh, she's gone. Oh, the new one. She likes you. She likes you. She likes you. Oh, she's gone. Oh, there's a dude here. Yeah, we don't care about him. Oh, she likes you. She likes you. And she's gone. You know? We're actually having a character that can have a romantic connection with. Because, like, again, as I say, this is one thing that was a breath of fresh air for me, for Silver Palace. Not because there's a romantic thing there. Well, at least, yeah. It's just because you've got a character that has a personality, right? Now, you don't necessarily have to have the personality there to have the relationship type thing there, right? But like, it just goes back to that thing of everything has to be done in a way because it's all about maximizing sales for characters. And I genuinely think there's a lot of people in the player bases that just buy characters because they're fucking cool, right? I think developers should sometimes stop being scared about doing stuff like that. And if they've got a genuine reason for the MC or some other characters, maybe not even the MC, but just a part of the cast coming together and having a relationship, make it happen. If it makes sense and it makes the story better, have it happen. You can have stakes to that sort of stuff as well then, you know what I mean? In terms of potential loss, story beats that can bring that sort of relatable aspect to it as well. Unless they're just thinking, well, players definitely have never been in a relationship, so we can't do that because we don't want to show them what they're never going to get or something. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's what they're thinking, maybe, you know?
Well, why it feels refreshing in a genre that usually runs away from commitment, and why, for me,
Thinking Snowbreak is proper master love game.
Out so much.
It's like a lads, guys version of lads.
Snowbreak romance works. We need to be honest about why almost every other gacha avoids it. And it's not because romance is good or bad, or effective or ineffective. It's because romance requires commitment. And commitment is one thing gacha storytelling struggles with the most. In a gacha game, characters aren't static. They rotate in, they rotate.
I hope we don't see this in Enfield, right? I hope we don't see this. I hope when banners pass, I hope characters don't get resigned to history and disappear. I hope they do a little bit more like how Zenless Zone Zero does it, where you're seeing characters return and come back, and we get to see them together and see them in side stories. And I hope we start to see side stories that are, it'll be really cool if we see side stories that maybe don't include the admin and stuff. I'd love to see that. But like we just don't see characters pop up, get sold, then disappear. It's one of the biggest negatives about Wuthering Waves story, right? For me, you know, like, again, I do really like Wuthering Waves. You know, my views on like 3.0, we don't need to get into that. But it's one of the weaknesses of the game. Characters do just get tossed away like an old toy once the banner's over for the most part. And it's a shame because some of these characters are really good and it could make the story so much better. But they've got this idea constantly, well, the focus has to be on the new, fresh shit. And when the new, fresh shit's gone, it has to be on the new, fresh shit again. And not only does it mean that characters' introductions matter less because they're just going to go anyway, their story matters less, but it just means their stories get rushed because instead of potentially having their story over multiple arcs, it ends up getting squished into one arc for the banner and then it's thrown away as well. And it's such a shame, you know what I mean? It really does reduce the quality of storytelling and characters and the roster and the world building in general.
Out, new banners arrive, the spotlight shifts.
Wuthering Waves isn't the only game that does this, by the way. I'm just using that as an example.
So the moment you make a relationship canon, you're locking two characters together in a world where the entire system depends on constant expansion. That creates pressure, not thematic pressure, but monetization pressure.
Yeah.
If character A is canonically with character B, players who like characters C, D, or E might feel left out. If a love story progresses too far, it can limit how that character is marketed later. If the protagonist commits to one person, well, half of the fanbase might feel alienated. So what's the most gacha?
I do genuinely think as well, especially games like Wuthering Waves, right? Now, I don't know, maybe I'm totally off beat here, right? And I've got this wrong. I think a lot of the time, the character sells on visuals, on the combat, right? And how meta they are. That's usually the three most important things. And then I think coming up behind is how the people connect with them as a character, right? I think for the most part, now, tell me if I'm wrong here and you disagree with me. For the most part, I don't think most people go, you know, these characters really meta, looks really cool, the combat looks really good, I could really use them, but I didn't really like the story beat, so I'm not going to bother, you know? And vice versa as well. I don't think people go, well, this character's shit, the combat's shit, everything's trash about them, but I'm going to get them because of the story. That might happen a little bit more, but I think that would typically be a lot more based around how the character looks and sounds. Of like, ooh, they look cool and they sound cool, I'm just going to collect them, you know? I think the vast majority probably end up going with the former in terms of, you know, how they look, play, and fall into the meta. But again, I can only speak for myself, right? I can only speak for myself. So it's a statement to make that I can't really back up because who knows what the general audience thinks? Who knows what you think? But I do genuinely think games like Wuthering Waves could have characters come out, right? That as the launch, they might play a small part in the story because it doesn't fit to happen in the story right now, right? And then the character launches, and as long as it's a good character, I think it'll do well. And just supplement it with a small little side story, even if it's just something very small, and then naturally bring the characters into the main story, even if the side story is self-contained and separate for the MSQ. You know what I mean? It's got fuck all to do with it, even if it's just a silly little throwaway story, and then we reintroduce them throughout story beats that make sense. But again, I suppose it's this fear of taking away from the new shiny thing, right? And if a character becomes a beloved character, well, we don't want that character to overshine them and outshine them. It's a sad thing, right? It's a sad thing.
The games do.
Look, lore, gameplay, meta for you. Okay. You'd be surprised, true. I think we were heavily sells on stereotypes. I had an idea for that. When we do new events and new story stuff, we should go to the AMV Jiang to receive a report from a character from that the same, even then blackout, ta-da, we're now playing as their character. Trial only. Gameplay is a prior for me. Next will be the lore. Okay, okay. So, let me ask you this question then. Because I've said this before. To keep the story being good, right, I would happily have a character drop in a banner that literally doesn't appear in the story until when it matters. If that's a patch later or 2 patches later, I'd happily have that character drop out of nowhere if it's a good character that looks cool and stuff like this. I'd be fine with that. Now, I could understand how that might be a little bit jarring for some people. Would that make you less likely to pull on that character? If that character literally, the banner drops, say, they're not in the story carries on the same way, and then next patch, the character's introduced in a more natural way. Would you be fine with that? Now, obviously, you'd have to look back in hindsight, but like at that point when that character drops, would you still be okay to go with them? Or would you need it to come prior to the banner, introduce them, send them away, bring them back kind of thing? Like, I'd be interested to know, because like, as long as the character's good, I'll pull on a character. You know, I'm honestly the type of person that I don't mind characters getting added to the game that literally have no story impact at all, personally. Honestly, because all I want is the story to be good. I can have, like, these characters that are kind of just, like, orbiting characters. It looks cool, it plays cool. Doesn't really even need to fit into the story for me sometimes, you know what I mean? I'm just fine with it. I'm the same main thing for me is gameplay, even if the meta, but I didn't like how they played, I'd skip. Back in the day, I went out of my way to pull for far too on a release because she looks cool. Yeah, I'll do that sometimes. Like, I'll do that. Like, there'll be characters. Like, I did it kind of with Eblana. Like, I'd got no real, in my head, idea of, like, this is how I'm going to introduce her into my team. I was like, man, she looks fucking cool, right? I want Nikras. I want to get her. You know what I mean? So I got her. And I've barely used her since. Most people don't have the patience to wait for them to be relevant. That's a fair point. I would not agree with that. Okay. Kalchara's my favourite from 1.0. Well, yeah, exactly right. Exactly. At the same time, it's like, bro, why is that dude not got story, man? Hopefully when they get to the new Federation, maybe he will, because dude's fucking cool, right? It'd be really good if he gets a proper good story in when the game goes to the new Federation. I would, if that was done with WSG in CCZ, then I'd probably get sold with a connection better. I don't care when they release, as long as they get introduced when they really are needed. That's kind of how I feel. I should just do what AK does, keep the characters NPC prison for 1 or 2 years and then release them. I pulled Carlotta, but I hated her gameplay, so benched her. Like, China, but she's free right away. So to be like in Arknights, who had a little law. Well, yeah, like, And even if they have to, like, just have little events where it's a self-contained thing, and here's a tiny bit of story for this character, and we've added an event for you, and, you know, with the idea that, like, at the end of the event, it's like, you get an inkling of, ooh, they're going to be involved in the story at some point. Well, I don't know. That's just how I feel anyway. It's curious to see what you guys thought.
Avoid the problem entirely. They tease romance without resolving anything, they flirt without consequences, they reset emotional progress every time a new event arrives.
Just look at FGL 10 years strong, held together by Duck Jake and Pete story.
Not because the writers don't want to explore relationships, but because the structure of the genre punishes
Big said about New
commitment.
Federation for years,
And
not
that's the
getting
part
right,
that
dude.
slowly
I've been
drains
hyped for the New
emotional
Federation
weight.
since day
Not
one.
the lack of romance, but the lack of progress. When nothing is allowed to move forward, players eventually stop expecting it to, which is exactly why Snowbreak feels so refreshing, because it breaks that rule completely. Before we go any further, I should explain where I'm coming from, because
Okay.
the kind of romance I enjoy is very specific. I love romance in stories, but not as the main event. I don't read pure romance novels, I don't
Yeah, I
enjoy
agree.
love triangles.
I agree. I'm not into, like, pure romance stuff. Like, I bought a book not too long ago. What was it called now? A Court of Thorns or something it was called. I read the back, and I was like, it seems like kind of a cool fantasy book, this does. Fuck it, oh boy. I got, like, a couple of chapters in, I was like, okay, I can see where this is going. You know? This is like 50 Shades of Grey fucking Lord of the Rings version. You know? Well, not Lord of the Rings, but, you know. And I was just like, it bummed me out, because I was like, this seems like a cool world. And then it just started getting really, really fucking what's, and I was like, yeah, I want to read this. This is for teenage girls and stuff, man, and younger women. Rosie read it, loved it, and read the entire series. But Rosie likes stuff like that. So, like, I don't mind romance and stuff in my my stories, but I don't want it to be the main event. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of, like, love triangle stories as well. Yeah, you know. I suppose I'm a little bit soppy, I suppose, in that sense, that if I'm going to have a romance story in my story, I want it to be kind of a pure romance, which I guess is kind of basic. I kind of like the idea of that, you know, two characters who genuinely love each other and they do what they need to do for each other, rather than it being some, like, oh, she got her cheeks clapped by both of them. Oh, this is so interesting. I'm like, nah, because I hate everybody in that situation then. You know?
And I definitely don't enjoy manufactured drama where two characters would solve everything with a 20-second conversation. Romance for me works best the way seasoning works in food. A little bit elevates everything, too much and you lose the original flavor. That's why most of what I read is fantasy or science fiction. Adventure first, world building first, but with just enough romantic connection to give the characters depth. I like romance that's supportive, not disruptive.
We make some realistic
romance
right as
that
well.
feels natural, stable. Something that
You know, we
deepens the
have
story
emotions as
quietly
humans. We
instead of
fall in love. We
hijacking
have
it.
feelings,
And
right?
that's
Makes
important,
sense.
because this preference is exactly why Snowbreak stands out to me.
Rent a
Snowbreak
girlfriend could
doesn't
never.
force romance to carry the plot. It doesn't drown the story in a drama. It doesn't turn relationships into endless loops of jealousy and misunderstandings. It does romance the way I think romance should be done. Present, meaningful, but never overwhelming. And the surprising part, it manages to do that while being a gacha game.
I agree with that.
A genre where romance usually can't progress at all. And that brings us to the big question. Why does Snowbreak pull this off
Oh my
when
days.
almost no other gacha games can? So with all that in mind, here's where Snowbreak really stands out. Snowbreak doesn't make romance the centerpiece of the story. It doesn't derail missions. It doesn't hijack character arcs. It's not trying to turn into a dating sim. And this is the important part. It also doesn't pretend romance doesn't exist. The relationships in Snowbreak are canon. They're acknowledged. They progress. They actually move forward. Not in a dramatic firework everywhere kind of way, but in a quiet matter-of-fact way that feels surprisingly grounded. And one of the reasons this works, one of the reasons this doesn't immediately create fan wars or narrative conflict, is because Snowbreak goes the harem route. Everyone gets to matter, no one gets sidelined, the story doesn't have to pick a single heroine and say, okay, everyone else can go home now. In a genre where players often project themselves into relationships.
Wait, so are we just swinging our dick around with everybody? Is that what's happening?
Picking one canon love interest is basically impossible. Someone will always be upset. Someone will always feel like their favorite got ignored. Snowbreak sidestepped that problem completely because the relationships aren't exclusive, they're additive. And honestly, it fits the tone of the game. Snowbreak
I'm making assumptions here, so I'm guessing what he's saying here is we're banging everybody, which obviously that male fantasy thing comes in and goes, fucking legend. What a lad. What a fucking lad. But in my head, I'm just like, yeah, it's not that interesting, right? You know? I'd rather just have an actual meaningful relationship with two characters. You know what I mean? And even if that romance ends as well, like, I'm cool with that because that can be impactful to a story. It can cause interactions post relationship that can change the dynamics of not just a relationship with that character, but characters around them and all this sort of stuff, right? But yeah, the whole, you know, it's funny now and again, you know, when you've got like, you know, you joking gacha games and be like, oh yeah, man, I've got the whole collection, bro. I'm collecting them, gonna put them on the mantelpiece. But like when it comes to actual genuine storytelling that you can get invested in, I'm like, I want a bit more. You know what I mean?
It has this, let's just call it almost gentlemanly confidence to the way it handles intimacy. It doesn't sensationalize it. It doesn't wink at the player. It doesn't.
I don't know, if you're banging like 25 10 out of 10s, I think that's pretty sensational. You know?
Doesn't make it awkward or over the top. It just says, yes, these characters care about the protagonist. Yes, those feelings are real. And yes, they actually act on them. That alone puts Snowbreak in a completely different category from most gacha narratives, because nothing gets walked back, nothing gets reset. If a relationship progresses, the story actually honors that progression. And in a live service game, that is incredibly rare. Now, before I move on, I want to talk about something that people don't usually bring up when
banging 25 10 out of 10s, that's just my average Wednesday for real, bro. Please believe me.
discussing Snowbreak. The fact that yes, a lot of romance is fan service. But here's the thing, fan service in most gacha games is accessory. It lives outside the story. It's something that exists in menus, in skins, in voice lines.
That's true.
But
That's
the
true.
narrative never acknowledges it. It's
Okay, so I think what this guy's saying here then, he likes the implementation of it actually being part of the narrative and being acknowledged, right? Rather than it being, you know, those little, just build up a bit of a relationship by doing some silly little things, giving them gifts or doing this little, read this thing and then I'll click off, done it, claimed it. Yeah, you've increased your relationship with that character kind of thing. So, yeah, I get what he's saying there, but just because it's like introduced into the story, even if you still like just, it's like you're just doing it with all the characters, does it really matter then? Because then is it like actually a proper romance, like really then? Because like, you know, because then it does just like, I don't know, it is like a mass little fantasy game. Like it just kind of leans into that then and it loses, you know, that relatable, genuine love story, if you will, you know?
Flavoring. Fun, sure, but disconnected from everything else. Snowbreak does the opposite. It takes something usually shallow and instead of distancing it from the story, it integrates it. The romantic scenes are fan service, the intimacy is fan service. But because these relationships are canon, that fan service becomes character development. It reflects trust, it reflects vulnerability, it reflects emotional continuity. In other games, fan service reset every update. In Snowbreak, it becomes part of who the characters are. And honestly, that's why it works. Because the game isn't embarrassed by it. It isn't pretending it doesn't happen, it commits to its tone, and it uses fan service to reinforce relationships instead of cheapening them. In other words, Snowbreak fan service supports the narrative, it doesn't undercut it. And this is the part I think people really underestimate. When romance is canon and not just teased forever, it doesn't just add fluff to a story, it adds weight. Because once a relationship is real, it becomes a part of who a character is.
That's fair.
It
Yeah,
changes how they act, how they react, what they're willing to risk, and who they're willing to protect.
So what is this? Is the job? Is this? Are you supposed to win at cards or get those smashed before you're smashed?
It creates continuity, something Snowbreak already treats as a core part of its identity. But it also does something just as important. It adds warmth. Snowbreak world is
like,
bleak.
I can't particularly comment on the stories because I haven't played Snowbreak for quite a while now, right? I think the last time I played it was when they introduced that like sort of open world area, you know, that little map that you could go into. So I can't comment on the quality impact of the stories, but if I'm reading this right and you can have those relationships with everybody, and ongoing at the same time. It just instantly loses something there for me in terms of the, you know, the actual connection with those characters, because it kind of doesn't matter, does it, if everybody's free game, if that makes sense.
Themes are heavy, its missions are stressful. So when a story takes even a moment to show affection or trust,
But I
or
don't know if that's the
closeness,
case.
it softens everything in a way that feels incredibly human. And that's something most gacha games never quite manage. In a lot of stories, characters go through massive emotional events. They suffer, they grow, they face impossible odds, and then the story just moves on. Everything resets emotionally.
True.
Everyone returns
True.
to neutral. And even if the writing is good, it can feel cold.
That's one thing that's great about Arknights, right? Prior things happened carry weight to the story, right? Yeah, a lot of gacha games do that, right? New area, new patch, everything else that happened. No PTSD, no stress, no worries. We're moving on. Fresh new place. Oh, look at this. Whoa, new waifu, cool village. Let's go. We're the hero again. Let's start a new story kind of thing, you know what I mean?
But Snowbreak doesn't do that. When something changes between the protagonist and a character, that change sticks. It stays part of the relationship. It stays part of them.
I haven't
Canon
played
romance
Lies
doesn't
now.
overshadow the story. It humanizes it. It makes the cast feel closer, warmer, more grounded. Not just as soldiers in a sci-fi war, but as people. And that's why it works. Okay, so we talked about why the harem structure can work in a gacha game. But here's the part that actually matters. It doesn't just avoid problems. It genuinely makes the story better. Because the moment Snowbreak commits to this structure, it unlocks something most gacha narrative never get to have. Emotional continuity. In most games, every character is stuck in their own little bubble. They get an event, maybe a side story, maybe a bonding moment, and then the game quietly moves on. But Snowbreak's romance structure lets those emotional threads stay alive. Each relationship isn't a one-time moment, it's a line that continues forward. That means when a character...
But like, I'd be interested to see how the characters interact with this as well. If they've got emotional connections with you, how do they express that? Full well knowing that you know, how does she express it when she knows you're doing it with her and doing it with the other one who's fucked off as well? You know what I mean? And the other 20 odd chicks you're doing with it as well. Like, because that for me, then that's when it can negatively affect the story, because it's like, it takes away that relatableness, that, oh, these are real people, because they do just go back to being like 2D then, because ultimately it's just not realistic to be that amazing that you've just got all of these absolute babes just being like, yeah, well, I'm in love with you. Oh yeah, I'm Tuesday, 7 o'clock. All right, got to be out by 7:45 because Sally's in. No worries, sound awesome, brilliant. Yeah, I'm cool with this, man. You know, it just I'm like I don't know if like how relatable and how connective are those actual stories, can those stories be? Again, I've got to state again, haven't played these stories, so I can't say. Maybe they are. Maybe they're written in such a way, you know, that they are. But this just feels like an attempt to like maybe say that, well, because the harems are just not relatable. You know, unless you're Genghis Khan or like you're some dude selling fucking help yourself fucking self-help courses online, and he's got like you know, 12 girls who are clearly on fucking prescription drugs to hang around him. You know what I mean? It's like it's just not relatable, is it? And it doesn't really feel you know, it doesn't really feel what I do agree with, that I do like the idea of when you make these relationships, them being part of the greater narrative and sticking with the game. That I like that, right? And a lot of gacha games need to learn from that, because we do have self-contained bubbles, right? And the only thing that connects it all together is the MC. That's it, right? It's a string going through all these different bubbles, and you enter this bubble, you do a bunch of things, you make relationships, you bounce out, and that vanishes. It's like going through a building with, you know, movement sensor lighting, right? And the lights follow you and switch off behind you. There's darkness in front of you. There's darkness behind you, but you're always surrounded in light, you know? And the second you move out of the area, it's back to darkness for everything in that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Well, it is a dystopia on a less populated world. Even still, right? You know? Even still.
It gets a new development. It's not disconnected from who they've been. It also means the protagonist doesn't feel emotionally reset every update. And here's something really rare.
I suppose gaming is about to escape. Well, yeah, definitely. And I haven't got an issue with games having harems and collecting waifus and massive love games where everybody you come to loves you. Right, that's totally fine. And some people will love that. I just think if we start to be like attempt to be critical about stories, I guess we can start to poke holes in it and go, all right, is that truly relatable? You know when you walk in the office at work, and you walk to the water cooler, is everybody dropping the knickers? Or does it happen that when you wink at Sarah across the room, next thing you know, you're being pulled into HR and they're like, stop this, it's sexual harassment, and if you do it again, we're gonna fire you. Yo,
The
Neil,
romance
what's up, dude?
doesn't isolate characters from each other. In a non-harem gacha, canon romance risks sidelining everyone except the chosen partner, and the players feel that. But Snowbreak structure lets characters share space, emotionally without competing for it. It makes the cast feel closer, more human, more grounded, and it adds this warm, quiet layer to the story, the kind that makes missions hit harder, consequences feel heavier, and characters feel like people rather than content drops. It's not about romance being flashy, it's about romance making the world feel lived in, and when you combine that with the rest of the Snowbreak,
It's just that made me laugh because we're talking about like this warm human side of things as bro is just getting 3 chicks smashed out the brain, and then the camera pans to him sitting there in his sunglasses like, yes, I am the man.
structural strengths, you start to see why its narrative stands out so much. At the end of the day, this isn't really about romance for its own sake. It's about trust. When a story actually commits to its characters, their relationships, their growth, their emotional history, I trust it more. I stopped waiting for things to reset every update. I stopped bracing for the moment the game quietly pretends none of it happened. And that trust makes every emotional beat hit harder.
I can
Every
understand
victory,
that.
every
I understand
setback,
that, right?
every moment of
Continuity is
vulnerability.
incredibly important in storytelling, right? It is. And that's a problem with a lot of gacha games. You've got stories that reach over multiple years, and usually the only thing that connects it together is this like overarching story that appears and disappears from time to time. The only thing that's a constant is you, the main character, most of the time. Not all of the time, of course. There is games that do it a lot better than others. But I totally get what he's talking about in regards to continuity and stuff, He's not wrong.
Snowbreak doesn't ask me to constantly shift my attention to whatever is new this month. It doesn't treat characters like disposable content. It lets things stick. And that's a huge part of why Snowbreak has become one of my favorite gacha stories. Yes, I love romance in stories, always have. But I love this kind of romance, the stable, grounded, non-dramatic kind that makes the world feel warmer and the characters feel more human. I love when relationships aren't bait, when they aren't interrupted every chapter, when they're allowed to exist quietly in the background, shaping who the characters are. And Snowbreak gives me that. In a genre that almost...
And maybe we have. Do you think we'll ever, like, see a gacha game where potentially there's, like, a canonical marriage between a main character and, like, a surrounding character? Not that you need that. But I just think, like, I'm just thinking of, like, character progression and going through these stories with characters and the connections you build up, right? Like, a lot of the time, it just doesn't go beyond surface level, does it? A lot of the time. Of a bit of sexual tension, innuendos about romance and stuff, and like that's it, right? Azure Lane and Girls Front Line 2. Oh, do they do that? Do they do that? Okay. I see. I don't know. I've only played a little bit of Girls Front Line 2. I've never played Azure Lane and Girls Front Line. Okay. All right. I respect that. Yeah, it's called We Were Rover with Every Girl. It's a collection game where gacha is almost non-existent. Okay, all right. So, and don't get me wrong, I understand the like issue that the developers have in regards to, okay, we're trying to make money here. We want to make sure people who are connected to these characters in whatever way they're connected want to make sure certain characters aren't seen as the most primary ones and other characters get pushed to the side. So we don't want to alienate fans of particular characters. But I think it shows. One, obviously, it's a worry of the business model. But two, I think it shows a lack of confidence in their vision, in their storytelling. You're right. You know, because I think if they create an amazing story and it isn't front and center 24/7, it's totally possible to do, right? And have an engaging world and an engaging story, and still encourages people to be like, whoa, new character comes out, I want to get her, because that character can be interesting and you can get a connection with that character without it being a romantic, potentially sexual encounter, right? It could just be like, they're really cool and this character's nice and they've got a nice character and they've got a cool lore and backstory, and the interactions between us and them are really enjoyable. You know? So yeah.
It never does. It's not perfect writing, but it doesn't.
Son of X does have the ability to get into relationships with the characters. Do they actually like? Are they impactful to the story? Is it like stuff that's referenced in the story and that as well? Is it
to continuity, to emotional payoff, and yeah, to romance that actually goes somewhere. And honestly, it just feels good to finally see a gacha game that.
Problem is, I don't give a fuck whether you fuck or not, as long as the relationships are fleshed out. Yeah, right. It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm all about aura moments and waifus are huge boobs and a bit of gooning. Right, I think we all enjoy a little bit of it now and again. I know some people are like anti-goon, but like, I'm a man, right? At the end of the day, I'm happy with a bit of it all, right? But I think if you're going to try and attempt to pull me into what's supposed to be an engaging story, I think you have to go a little bit deeper then, don't you? You know what I mean? I think you have to go a little bit deeper. Like that shit doesn't matter, right? Interesting relationships and fleshed out characters and intriguing worlds and intriguing storytelling is more important, right? Than just like, I guess, impact moments, if you will.
Its romance means something. So yeah,
how's things anyway though, Neil?
The approach to romance hits so hard for me. Not because it's dramatic, not because it's flashy, but because it actually means something. If you played Snowbreak, I'd love to hear what you think. Whose route hit you the hardest? Which relationship surprised you? Or, if you're not in the romance at all, did this approach still work for you? Either way, thanks for watching, thanks for sticking around, and thanks for all the active discussions in the comments lately. It really does make making these videos worth it. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to subscribe to this dude. Again, I totally agree with the framework of the conversation about. It doesn't even have to be a romantic relationship, right? But relationships and connections with characters and story beats mattering and being having some consistency to them and consequences as you go further into the story. They're referenced, or they come up again, or they're important to future story beats, or they just mean something to the engagements and interactions you have with other characters, right? Of like, oh yeah, this matters because I remember that time when this happened between these two characters and that was a warm moment, and this is just, you know, it allows you to have those relationships actually mean something and be fleshed out, as Easy says, and built upon and stuff. Again, it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship, right? But I think this is one thing that a lot of gacha games do fail at, right? Especially again, Wuthering Waves does, right? In that you get the new hot shit and then it's thrown away for the new hot shit again, and there's a slight overlap sometimes, but for the most part, that's it. They're gone, right? Everything's gone. Now and again, you might have an aura moment where Avengers Assemble type moments, but they really are quite clearly, you know, obvious what they're there for. Like, and I think Weird does fall short of a lot of that a lot of the time, where the moments clearly are aura farming set piece moments, right? That are cool. You know, they are cool. Fuck, man, I used to fucking go in on my holiday when I was abroad as a kid to go in to watch Dragon Ball Z, right? Every day at 5 o'clock when I was on holiday, out the pool, into the fucking hotel room to watch Dragon Ball Z. That's quintessentially like the most aura farming moment anime of all time, really, when you think about it, right? And I fucking loved it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not against aura farming moments, but like, I think they need to be built up and matter, right? So it's like, whoa, okay, shit. Not only does this look cool, it has something behind it, right? But yeah, I honestly, I get what he's saying in regards of continuity and consistency. I don't know if I agree with the idea, though. Again, people need to correct me if I'm wrong about this. If you're just romanticizing 25 different baddies, 10 out of 10s, you know, not only absolutely stunners, like some of the most intelligent, badass people on the planet, and you're just like hitting them down like bowling pins, and then try and tell me that like that's relatable and grounded. I'm like, you know, I'm not buying that. You know, I'm not buying that. But yeah, I think this is a good video. I'm gonna give it a like because overall, I'll get where he's coming from in regards to what he's trying to get across here. Again, the specifics of the stories I can't really comment on. Right, I'm only going off assumptions of the way he's framed it from here. So I could be totally wrong. Right, I could be totally wrong. You know. So yeah, man, I think that was a good video. I do agree with the overall idea of things having consequence and mattering, right, and being took into the future of the story and stuff. Because what are we doing at that point? We haven't, because I think we'll lose what is a story then, right? It's just, we've just got web episodes, right? Web episodes that are like in the same world, but they're totally separate at the end of the day, then, aren't they? You know? If you like relations between characters, you won't like Snarl Break then. Harem members aren't allowed deeper relationships outside of the MC. So yeah, like that sort of stuff for me. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I like the idea of like, even if it's not even the MCs getting into the relationship, there's two other characters that are just get close, get married. That affects the old dynamic. Maybe even they get together, they split up and it causes rifts and stuff. That's relatable. That's realistic. You know, if you've ever grown up in a large group of friends, shit like that happens, right? You know, two people will start going out with each other. They'll go out for ages. They'll fall out. Them falling out can then potentially destroy friend groups and cause real, like, aftermaths, if you will. You know what I mean? I'm glad I quit the basic game. Screw I'm just bitter and unreasonable. All style, no substance. I'm too much of a weeb or a farm. It doesn't have real effect on me anymore. Yeah, like, I must admit, it does for me now and again, right? You know, cool moments. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. But I think it has to be earned, right? I think it has to be earned. Do you know what I mean? You know, like, I even think to something like Lord of the Rings, you know? With Gandalf and Helm's Deep and that sort of stuff, you know? With the Rohirrim and stuff. And it's just like, okay, it was a bit of an horror farming moment, but it wasn't just for the sake of it. It wasn't just like, oh my god, it looks cool, he's doing cool shit. You know what I mean? It was like, okay, this is something that's built up. It was alluded to. Do you know what I mean? And then it makes you think back to, oh shit, yeah, he said that, and no, okay, this is fucking awesome. You know, and it has a major impact, doesn't he? By the way, Bix, have you seen the new Wibber character trailer where they sell you the waifu by making you feel bad? Yes, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I'm curious actually, which characters are here more than 80% of the story, aka Amir, Cal, Closure, Doctor, a lot of operators aren't event based too, no. You've got a large cast in Arknights, right? I'm just trying to think now who, like, obviously Amir, right? Amir, where we're at the moment, you know, well, Closure's in and out anyway, right? You know, but you've got like multiple operators that like, they're not there constantly, but they pop up and in and out, right? And alluded to, and then you go to them in like side stories and stuff as well, right? You know, like characters like W, Inez, Holdera have been in and out of the game in side stories as well, are incredibly important to the plot as well, right? In pushing things forwards. You know, when I think about that, like, but obviously you've got the overall act changes and stuff. I like Inez and Holdera. Yeah. I guess it's just the arc. Well, that's it, because as well, characters don't have to keep coming back into the main story either, right? This is why self-contained side stories are so good. Like, I'll keep going back to Granny and the Knight's Treasure, right? It's kind of inconsequential to the entirety of the game, but you just get to spend a bit of time with those characters and you feel like, oh, okay, there's shit going on in this world outside of us. It just makes the world feel more alive, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Region-specific characters, weedy shows have been related stories. Yeah. There's stuff like that as well, haven't you? I'm trying to think off the top of my head now. Like, it's different as well, because the way, like, the gameplay works and the story nodes work in Arknights, like, you know, obviously you got characters like Cal Sit that are constantly in and out of the story throughout the entirety, right? Obviously Tallulah, you know, major parts of the story as an antagonist, into putting you into her shoes, into going through her story, into a massive reveal, her coming out of it, coming back in little bits here and there, you know, another character that's in and out of the story. 9 as well, later on, like, you know, reunion as a whole. You know, like they're like interweaving Arknights, right? They're not there constantly. They're popping in and out, right? Don't they? Kind of like I think Zenless does a good job of that, like where characters pop up and it feels natural. It's like, oh, that would make sense that they're kind of here now. You know what I mean? Tallulah came out, congrats. In Arknights, you have like 3 or 4 main casts that all do different things, and we swap between their perspectives. It can't really be done outside of a visual novel. Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely, right? Like, there's stuff you can do in a visual novel that you just can't do in a game like Wuthering Waves or Zenless or Genshin or whatever. And we're not going to see it in Enfield either, just purely because of the way the game's made, right? It's just going to be a thing we're going to have to live with. Who's pivotal to the plot? Yeah, it was Neil, yeah. Haven't finished any OS. I don't know, have I? I don't know if I have finished any OS. I don't know if I finished any of OS 2. I don't think I did I? Alright, should we watch this video then? No, we're starting Lone Trail after I've done these EX ages. After I've done the EX ages. So, alright, let's have a look at this then. Let's have a look at this then. This is from Source. She does make some good videos, actually. I've watched a couple of her videos. You know, I like her so. I like her so. So, let's see what she's got to say. Where did it all go wrong? Wuthering Waves 3.0 Act 1 review. Off the bat, not sounding great, right? I've saw a little bit of this video. Probably, I want to say like about 90 seconds, I think, or something like that. So, let's get into it. I think this is specifically around narrative issues from what I gathered. We'll have to wait and see, though, and get into it. One thing I will say, which for me is quite interesting, right? I had specific issues with 3.0, and we all know what it was. It was around the bike, right? It's really, really specific around the bike and how that led to, in my opinion, what was a reduction in what I see as good level design. Doesn't mean it's bad, but I was called all the names under the sun for that. You know, the people going absolutely apeshit at me about it in the comment section and apparently in videos as well. People didn't like it. But what I found quite interesting since 3.0 came out, people didn't really seem to make much content around 3.0 at all, really, compared to 2.0. You know, 2.0, like, I felt like the excitement felt like it lasted. Now, this might be rose-tinted glasses, right? And because I was enjoying 2.0 so much. But 2.0 seemed to, like, the hype seemed to, like, stick around for a while. And don't get me wrong, it was an insanely good update, right? Although, obviously, as I said, I did get a little bit more bored of flight. But it did, you know, 3.0 seems to have come and gone. But for me, having questions around it, people were, like, frothing at the mouth. I just find that quite interesting that apparently it was supposed to be the best thing since sliced bread, right? But it doesn't seem like that's the case, if I'm honest, man. At least from how people are talking and playing about it, because nobody. Should we do the let's do the Saint Tontas special. Let's do the Saint Tontas special, shall we? We do the Saint Tontas special. 1.6k viewers, which is decent, I guess. Really, not spectacular. I just thought that'd be funny because that's his. You know, that's how you realize. That's how to tell if a Chinese gacha game's doing well. By the way, didn't you know that? You look at Twitch, and if the numbers are not bigger than a contemporary, it sucks. Anyway, let's watch this video.
I want to love Lahai Roy, but so far, Kuro are making all the same mistakes. Ever since its launch, I've seen many people praise Wuthering Waves for its focus on being a game first and a gacha second. Much of what they've built has avoided the anti-patterns and manipulative practices which plague other popular gachas, including many key aspects of this new region. In some places, Lahai Roy has been brilliant at the game part of the equation, but...
Have they managed to avoid the manipulative practices? I think pretty much every gacha game falls into that trap at some point. Whether it's just back-to-back banger banners, whether it's insane signature weapons, or whether it's just gacha in general, right? Well, we're nitpicking now.
When it comes to the story, while
Yeah, I
several
like her vids,
chapters
Kathy.
of Renacita lived up to the game's potential, many were very clearly gacha first, game second. But there were reasons to hope the new region would flip that on its head and finally leave those storytelling flaws behind. Instead, it left me incredibly disappointed.
Okay.
Before we get to any downsides, let's acknowledge Wuba Story's greatest strength, their presentation. Even back in version 1, when other parts of the game...
That's not an argument, right? I think we all agree with that now, right? You know, Wuba's strongest part of its storytelling, it's its presentation, right? It does a lot of heavy lifting. I am, and I sound like such a Wuba hater. Like, I can separate parts of a game and still like a game. Gameplay-wise, I like Wuthering Waves. There's a lot to like about Wuthering Waves, right? Just because I don't like the bike doesn't mean I don't like the game. And now I'm talking about the story. But I do think if you took away the actual, the visual part of the game, you know, in terms of how it's shown, I don't think people would glaze the story anywhere near as much. It does a lot of heavy lifting, in my opinion, you know, to tie everything together.
Were at best
Because he just looks so
unpolished.
good, doesn't he?
Absolutely knocked this
It's
asset
hard not to watch moments in Wuthering Waves and be like, man, this is pretty cool, though. Because, like, let's face it looks fucking good, right?
out the park. The cutscenes are incredible, of course, and gain a ton of attention and well-deserved praise. They're always beautiful and fluid, and they'd feel right at home at the climax of any top.
I really enjoyed 1.1.
And
you know,
they've
1.1 was one of my favourite patches. I think it's such an underrated patch. I think 1.1 was brilliant, man. I really do.
Improved over time. The seamless mix of 2D and 3D animation to give the final battle of Renacita that extra oomph was utterly stunning, for example. But for me, the cinematography during their in-engine scenes was always the thing that made it stand out. Careful use of camera angles, focus, and framing to emphasize the story being told is often neglected in games, especially when they can lean into...
I think the direction team in Wuthering Waves, give those people pay rises, you know? Give those people pay rises.
Those hype moments to distract from the flaws elsewhere, but Wuwa's is almost always immaculate. It's often hard to tell when a pre-rendered cutscene ends and
I like the way
when
she
the
says
in-engine
often.
dialogue begins. And
when I hear her say often, it makes me feel so common. She's often. Here I am, man, from fucking Wolverhampton.
makes the whole experience feel like you're watching a polished movie. In Lahai Roi, the presentation meets these expectations. The cinematography and cinematics are again fantastic. It helps that the city itself is gorgeous and the landscapes around it are lush.
It honestly, visually, it looks great. I still haven't figured out whether I like Lahai Roi's design. Like, you know, like that sort of mix between like retro cassette type sci-fi and the futuristic smooth type sci-fi, but I think it's well designed into, you know, actually moving around. It does feel nice. It does feel nice, man. It's well designed in terms of layout and stuff. Like when I was exploring like the Starhaven Academy, I was like, man, this is actually a cool place to explore.
And they've done a surprisingly good job of populating the academy with people, with ambient dialogue which makes it feel like a bustling university. I just wish the story they were telling lived up to its presentation. As I explored in my Renacita retrospective, Kuro proved that at their best, they can tell a fantastic story in isolation.
Yeah, like Renacita did have some really good moving parts actually as well, right? Because like I felt like with Renacita, now again, obviously, I know since 2.2 I haven't been playing the game, but I've been keeping up with story beats and stuff. But it really felt like we were getting into a wider world. You could talk about the juxtaposition switch and how it feels like 2.0 kind of was like the soft launch of Wuthering Waves in how the direction's going now and stuff. And I know different regions are going to feel different and all that. And people hate you going, well, the direction of 1.0. But I don't so much mean in terms of visual and a thematic point of view. It just felt like we were getting introduced quite a lot of faction. It felt like we're moving about Renacita a lot in terms of like moving parts, right? And I thought that was quite interesting playing through Renacita. I did. It was like, oh, okay. All right. Wuthering Waves is going to be like, you know, are we going to get this, you know, this big, well-oiled machine of world building here? And it just seems like it kind of stalled, and then we just continued on now with the typical thing, right?
Artethias, Lupas, and Frolovas in particular were amazing, and each showcased the
I heard
completely different
Frolovas was
type
good.
of story too. But they have consistently struggled with two key things: introducing new characters and tying narratives together. Their introductions
Yeah.
tend to feel rushed.
Yep.
They want to skip any getting to know us phase and jump straight to the rover being the center of the new character's world.
I was
They
going to say, it's just
hardly-
like, we meet him and they're like, I like the cut of your jib. And you're like, well, I am pretty awesome, you know? Giga Chad stare. Okay, we've collected her.
come up with a lore explanation for this, which means it technically makes sense, but it makes any friendships feel unearned and hints at anything.
What is the
that
lore
doesn't
explanation
work.
for that now? Do any of you guys know? Like, obviously, you guys are, I'm honest. I haven't been playing the game since 2.2. What is the lore explanation for that specific thing then now? For us coming in and them just being like, oh, you're the most important thing that's ever happened. Is it just that we're just that guy? Rover's got the attractive frequency. Oh, is it actually down to Rover's frequency? Or are you just taking the piss? Pullover story could have been really good. Yeah, I hate that sort of stuff in stories. You know, when it's like, they're dead, but are they though? Right?
This is where the gacha first, game second feeling kicks in for me. It stops feeling like a natural, believable
Any
story.
people play with
and
it?
instead, I
Actually,
feel-
quite a lot of people in my community do play with her, actually. Quite a lot of people in my Discord talk about it quite often. And there's still people in my community that are still sticking around when I played Wuthering Waves daily. Like, there's some people who have actually stuck around while I'm playing other games. You know what I mean? It's different like that.
almost hear them saying, look at this shiny new character, don't you want to spend money on them? I think it's pretty telling that the chapters where they let things take more time are also the ones where people feel a deeper connection to the characters
Weird that, isn't it?
involved, which
It's
build
like-
up over a longer period of
it's
time.
like-
Those
it's how
are
good
the
storytelling
patches
works.
where people cared the most, where the community felt alive with discussion, where the future of the game felt bright and vibrant. And when it comes to tying narratives
And ironically, they mentioned that Rover's got a very pleasant frequency. Okay, so dude's got the pheromone action going on, but with his version. All right, okay. Bro's pheromone maxing, yeah. Okay.
together, I found it increasingly frustrating to see them create so many interesting setups which I really wanted them to explore, only for them to just drop them like a forgotten toy. Kartithia and Frolova are the big exceptions, and again, for me at least, this aspect of how they were handled is a major reason they stand out so much as the highlights of the game so far. As I said in my retrospective, even when all our friends showed up for the finale, it felt forced and unsatisfying, because I don't want the characters to merely exist or even just participate. I want their stories to continue. I had wished for
Well,
more of that even earlier.
I think sometimes people get a little bit mixed up in what world building is, right? They think world building is, oh, you know, there's a bunch of information in little notes here and there, and that can be a way to build the world, right, through lore drops and explanations and history and geopolitics and stuff. But characters build the world as well, right? They make it feel lived in and it actually existing, you know, so them feeling like they are around and still matter when we're not, you know, there. It builds it, doesn't it? It builds it. So it's like, I think it's really important. And in games that are so based around characters as well, it's such a frustrating, and of course it's because of monetization systems in these games. It's so frustrating on games that are based around collecting characters. So many of them like lack respect of their characters once the banner's passed.
On
It's
in
such a
version 2,
shame.
but through the final patches of Renacita, it was a constant disappointment. No Lupa in Septimon's second patch, no exploration of Augusta and Yuno's new friendship after Yuno was deleted from everyone's memories, no true reunion between Augusta and Galbrina. This tendency was encapsulated by those scenes during the finale where all these characters had come to help and they just stood in a half circle, every last one of them facing Rover, the center of attention. But right at the end, despite how rushed our friendship with Chisa
What was it now? What's this place called now? Hanami, it was called, right. When I actually went to this place, obviously before I went to 3.0, this area's gorgeous though, man. Like, when I obviously the area I could explore then was like very little. Don't know how much you can explore of these, but I was like, damn, shit, I like this sort of environmental design. Like, I was so into it.
felt, I did feel a spark of hope for Lahairoi on both these points. First, even though it seemed a little odd that our godlike millennia-old protagonist would be going back to school, it's hard to think of a better setting to help Kuro finally get the hang of group interactions and maybe some more gradual growing friendships. Education shoves students into a classroom together and forces them to interact, not only with one another, but also with teachers and other staff, and so many of
Yes.
the most popular tropes in that setting involve relationships which change over time. Surely, Kuro would dive into some of those? And second, Chisa felt perfectly placed to kickstart a more connected narrative. She was already a student from Lahai.
You can't explore it, can you not? See, like, obviously, I was just, because I wanted to play 3.0, because, you know, after what happened, I was like, I didn't really bother. I just looked around, I was like, damn, this looks fucking beautiful, and then went to 3.0.
But much would have changed during her 20-year absence. A perfect excuse to have Rover and Chisa stick together and team up with 1 or 2 new characters
You can
as they
partially.
explore their new surroundings, compare to things which were different back then, and start to get those friendships growing. And not to mention the emotional payoff to her story, her reunion with her parents. Sadly, it did not take long for that hope to fade. The early part of the quest felt promising. The presentation was fantastic, of course, and I was glad to see Linnea given hints of depth
My lips are
straight
dry.
away. She presents herself as a happy-go-lucky and friendly face, but that's clearly a facade, and there was something sus going on. The introductions of both
I do
Morny
like
and
the idea of Linnea's backstory, actually. Like, sort of stuff like that in Wuthering. I'm like, man, if you could really lean into exploring some of these aspects of the game, it could be so fucking cool.
Luke were intriguing too. They both clearly knew the Rover in the past, adding subtext to their interactions, which makes me want to know more about them. Their
I do like his
history,
design, I
and
do.
Rover's past interactions in Lahai Roi. We didn't actually make it to our first class in the first entire act, however, so even though the academy feels vibrant and full of life, this part of the story was entirely focused on Linnea outside of those brief introductions. Which, unfortunately, means that Chisa was completely sidelined, and the way they handled her makes me doubt they'll make the most of her in the upcoming quests. It bears repeating that I was one of those who felt her story in 2.8 was poorly executed and her relationship with the Rover rushed, and while I hoped she'd get us familiar with the Academy just because it would have been more coherent storytelling, I don't feel all that much towards her personally. That said, the way her reunion with her parents was brushed aside in a single sentence confirmed that Kuro really don't give a shit about
Wow. Yeah, I met my family, they're alive.
their characters unless they're selling them to us right at that moment. This has been a constant issue in the past, but this was by far the most jarring case. It was the definition of Gacha.
Like, how, for me, how is this, like, much different to black screen, white text? Right? Obviously, I know it's not, because we've literally got the character here, and they're in the world there, you can go up to them in the project. It's not much, though, is it? And how many people would have actually missed this encounter with Chisa when they got to 3.0 and just thought, like, where the fuck is she?
First, game second, and it shatters the illusion of the story. If Kuro don't care about their own characters, why should we? It's possible that she'll return and be more present once we actually start going to classes.
True.
But at this point, I would be unsurprised if she's taking a different course or something like that, and we never see her outside of some occasional cameos. Hell,
She's in a different class. She's been put back to remedial because she's been gone for a few months to everybody else.
I expect Linnea to be
Don't know,
in a
for her, it's been a long time, yeah, but for everybody else, it's not right.
different class as well. And while I found
been
Linnea
knocked back.
intriguing at first, even though this entire quest focused entirely on her, her character ended up kinda falling apart for me. Again, the way they presented it was really good. The pacing of the story was engaging, they did a solid job of slowly revealing her backstory and her current situation, and it all built up to an exciting finale. Her backstory is the key to understand why she felt off to me. Linnea is from the New Federation, which is presented in her flashbacks as a harsh and cutthroat city where only the ruthless survive, especially in the mercenary subculture she grew up within. She found a murdered body in an alleyway and realized the dead girl's invitation letter to the academy could be her ticket to a better life. But it turned out that the original Linnea had been a Fractidus spy tasked to infiltrate the academy. Since her arrival, she's had to string the Fractidus along while secretly working against them and hoping to find her way to freedom. This is an awesome backstory.
It is,
Sets up
it
a
is.
kick-ass character, but the more time we spent with Linnea, the more it felt
And not only this, right, I think this will be something like the idea of that group as well. I'll probably just get thrown away as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like when you get to the New Federation and stuff, that shit will just be like, it'll be like a passing thing. But that could be like a real cool part of the New Federation and stuff as well, and part of the story, and then connects to it later on. And if they're smart, they'll make it do that right. But again, Kuro haven't instilled that sort of confidence in how they treat characters and plot points as well going forward.
like they failed to commit to this. Think about it. What is Linnea's true personality?
It's like, this
Her
is a
story
really cool
works
backstory for a
great
character.
if she genuinely is a ruthless mercenary and her soft and friendly side is mostly a persona. This feels like the only way her history makes sense. Any softness would have been beaten out of her by her harsh,
True,
traumatic
as well.
childhood.
Yeah.
But
It's
instead,
kind of-
the more time we spend with her, the more it
It's-
felt like they were
It's kind of like, if it's all an act, it makes sense, but it does seem to be that that's how she is, right? But it's like, it takes away from the grittiness of the where she came from then. Because if she was like that when she lived there, was it really that bad? You know?
trying to present her innocent persona as her true self. After all, if she was truly a competent and ruthless merc,
She's
why
not the
would
child
she be
soldier on it.
afraid of
Exactly,
being
yeah.
sent back to
Yeah.
the new Fed? If she's so resourceful, would she not be able to just go start over someplace completely new? Her fear does not fit her story, yet it was presented as her central motivation. If I'm being charitable here, perhaps what they were trying to do was say
This is a great fear when you want to play by the rules can freeze you outside of a personality. Oh, for sure. I just think that, like, if you've come from something like that, right, that was your background, right? This gritty, pretty much rough-ass background for a child to grow up, who's then grow up with a bunch of skills and probably would become incredibly hardened, right? It's just, maybe that's not a real true self, and maybe because she's been here for so long, she's been able to shed that potentially. You know, and if that gets explained later on, like, you know, and we get to see a bit more of that true self, or should I say, that original self, because this is a true self, you know? I don't know.
It's a side of her which she's finally discovering now that she's in a safer environment. But while there could
Oh, okay,
be a
she's-
fantastic
Well, she said exactly what I was thinking then.
arc for a character to experience, this single quest was far too small a time in which to tell it. Instead,
Yeah, okay.
for me, it
All right, so she's thinking that's a possibility as well, or a potential thing they're alluding to. Because, yeah, I could get down with that. I could get down with that, right? You know? Realistic, she would, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'd expect to see bits of it, right? Of that, like, protection, right? I've got to go back to being that, like, hardened version because it's how I protect myself, because that's typically what people who've had traumatic things happen to them, right? They revert to sometimes their younger self, don't they, in a way, and become cold and stuff like that as well, because it's the way they protect themselves, isn't it? So it's like, it does feel a bit weird that she's so like oppositional to that in her character as in itself.
came across as if they were trying to combine two characters, one a ruthless killer, the other an innocent and empathetic damsel forced to do a bit of murder to survive in this harsh world, and it just left her feeling incoherent instead.
Yeah, she did look actually kind of
And
cool.
when it comes to the consequences,
Do you know what? I'm kind of I think I'm a bit of an outlier when it comes to Lene. I don't think her design's anything special, personally. I don't. I think she's just like, of course, Wuthering Waves make good-looking characters in terms of the design. Well, the basic aspect of them, I mean, you know, it looks good. But I'm just not massively interested in a design. It's just like, okay, I get why people like it. But, like, you know, when Missy Mournier, I'm like, that's way better for me in terms of, like, looking cool.
of the story, once again, they completely wiped away such interesting sources of ongoing conflict. The tension,
Like, she's a
caused by
high quality
Linnea's life
character,
as a
because, like,
double agent
all
could
Wicked
have built
characters
up
are.
over
They
time
all
and been a
look good in
fantastic
terms of,
subtext
like,
to all her
they're well
interactions
made.
with other characters in the future. It would have given her an interesting story.
You much prefer
which
a new
lasts
Fed look?
beyond
Yeah,
this
I think I
initial
agree.
act, which could have tied together with future characters in ways which make the whole thing come alive. Instead, it gets resolved in no time at all as a final payoff after the climax of the story. Linnea's arc now feels mostly done, and the only important thread left is the existence of her
It's
hidden
like,
fractures.
when you see her as well in that new Fed version, it's not like she was a 7-year-old kid. Is it? You know? Like, she looks like she's pretty much the same fucking age, really. Like, how long has she been there?
contact. And
I'm
of
not too
course,
sure.
there's no reason we can't hunt them down without her. I don't understand how anyone who actually likes Linnea as a character could be satisfied with this. Wouldn't you want her story to continue? This is where the argument of those who defend Gacha first storytelling falls flat. Even for people who do enjoy gathering their wives, in the long run, this approach will leave them feeling empty. And it wasn't just the way they handled Linnea's arc which felt off to me. Two of their bad habits in previous regions were their tendency to speedrun introductions and to rely on hype moments to carry their stories. Last year, the character
I'm
introduction...
glad that's starting to become more talked about across the space, right? I know everybody talks pretty much about aura moments in WoW because it has them, and some of them feel cool, right? But I'm glad more and more people are starting to talk about the fact that they're definitely used as a major proponent of heavy lifting in the storytelling.
were often rushed, but the world building was given a
Telling me
little more
Linnea's
space
legal
to
for
breathe.
Rover.
Rinasita's first act did a good job of building up the world, introducing
I agree.
several groups of characters, and setting up various...
As I say, like, you know, eventually I started to have criticisms of like the flight in Wuthering Waves, but Rinasita as an whole, the introduction and the story beats for me, I really enjoyed it, man. I think it was really good.
And conflict between them, which made the world feel rich and alive. Septimond was done well too. We got a feel for their culture straight away, but discovered greater depths throughout the story. Lahai Roy's first act instead focused way too much on Linnea, and as a result we got just surface level impressions about the academy and the other people there. We've met a couple of teachers and the academy doctor and learned some history about its founding, but far too little about their work in...
Yeah, but to be fair, outside the academy there ain't fuck all else in 3.0 if you ask me. Like, you're going to really focus on some aspects of the academy. And I know she's talking about the people at the academy, but like, I think when she go outside that, what else have you got? It's fucking barren fucking skate park.
The present day, their culture, their internal conflicts and challenges. The place feels alive because they designed and built it well, but the story has not revealed any depths yet. We can hope this is because they're taking it slow, with more depth and conflict to be revealed in future chapters as we start
I agree with
to
that.
part
I agree
of
with
the
that.
Academy's daily
It's
life.
just that the worry is that they're not right because of how they've handled things. But I agree with that because I'm totally cool with that. Characters getting introduced, things being built up, then potentially going away without like, whoa, what was the conclusion? And then it to come back later with extra build-up and it means something because it's like, oh, damn, we've been waiting for this for like a couple of patches and this has serious impact now. It's got implications and it means something, right?
But that's not how it came across to me. It felt like they were just so focused on pushing Linnea into the spotlight that they forgot to set up the rest of the stage. And that desire to plant the focus entirely on the banner
I know, yeah,
character led
Kiari,
to the
I gotta be
finale
careful.
falling flat to me, despite its awesome cinematic.
Yeah,
Every
just try
step
refreshing,
along the way I
Sarah.
was
It
wondering,
might be
why was it
YouTube.
only
I'm not having
Rover
issues on
and
my
Linnea
end. I've dropped no frames. I'm not stuttering. YouTube dashboard says everything's fine, but it doesn't mean YouTube's not buffering.
who fought the worm? Sure, the Academy's defenses had gone down, and they were scrambling to get everyone vulnerable back to safety. But it could have been a perfect moment to showcase the Academy's strength. This is a high-tech school
Agree.
filled with the most talented resonators from across the world, all
I think this boss fight in general was a bit of a letdown, personally.
working together to build the technology of the future. It would have been
I like that they've introduced a different way to fighting. Right, it wasn't like a direct fight, but I think it was a little bit let down in that regard. I think I agree that like we could have done something here with others getting involved or the academy itself getting a bit more involved in the scrap like and it feeling like a big group effort.
just as hyped to see
But
Rover
you got to sell the new character and Rover is always there, right?
and Linnea distracting the Void Worm at first, holding it off until the Academy's mechs were able to get over there and blast it into pieces. Instead, the Gacha came first.
Yeah, it would have
and
been actually
all
really
had to
cool.
hinge on Linnea to
Introduce
save
the
the
mechs,
day.
right?
Worse, the whole crisis felt rushed and
I know it is,
unnecessary
Frankie.
in the first place. Hype moments feel earned when the story takes the time to build up towards them.
Agree.
Instead, this felt oddly hollow. A new region's introduction shouldn't need a dramatic, hype-filled climax. Meeting new characters and exploring a new world would have been more than interesting enough to carry a couple of main story quests on their own, and build towards much more satisfying story peaks in later patches. If they do feel the need to do this in every patch, the climax of the opening of a new region should at least set up future conflicts, but here it resolved almost everything they'd focused on so far. I suspect their other motivation for all of that was to completely change the dynamic we can expect when Rover joins his classes. Before, Rover would have been just another student, forced to build up normal relationships with the others in their classes. They might have been a novelty if they were introduced into a class which had already started studying, but they would not have stood out all that much. Now, Rover is going to start as a celebrity, the new student
popular
who
kid.
saved the
We're going to be the popular kid, man. I guess a similar plot point would be W and other Sarkas. Even though they got in a way safe environment, they keep an edge to them. W still feels like she'll make some random place. Yeah, nuke some random place, edge stress. Agree, yeah. And I think that's natural, right? You know, just because you automatically get put into a safe environment, it can take people a long time to even start to soften, right? And as you say, even then, there's always going to be that part of them that's, and especially if they're trained or they've not just been in a traumatic environment, but they've been partaking in it and become something other than themselves. It takes a while to break that down, doesn't it?
Entire academy almost single-handedly before they even took their first class. Average students are going to be in awe, teachers will be intimidated and impressed, Rover will wow them with understated genius, and everyone will clap. That will undoubtedly appeal to many people. To the rest of
Let me just rewind that bit. Like, that was so sassy in the most polite way possible.
will be intimidated and impressed, who saved the entire academy almost single-handedly before they even took their first class. Average students are going to be in awe, teachers will be intimidated and impressed, Rover will wow them with understated genius, and everyone will clap. That will undoubtedly appeal to many people. To the rest of us, it's yet more wasted potential. And finally, it's worth quickly covering the other side of the gacha first, game second argument, the gameplay. When it comes to exploration, thankfully, Wuwa have continued
You know, this specific scene here really reminded me of the cycle. And like, that's a good thing because I love the cycle I did, but it just so reminded me. I could imagine just going into this pod thing here and just looting.
Make the mechanics available to all. The bike is a little janky at times with its tendency to get stuck on small objects and its cumbersome turning curve, but cruising through the gorgeous landscapes is a joy, and I've actually loved the little exploration I've had the time to do so far.
For a small amount of time. Well, I ain't going to get into that.
Having seen Amia's gameplay, I really hope this isn't the start of them locking certain exploration mechanics behind new characters. It would make sense for us to gain access to the mechs once we're qualified to use them, which would then mean this is another more freeing mechanic available for free. If, however, it's exclusive to her, that's the first step down the wrong path in my opinion. When it comes to combat, on the other hand, I'd say Wuwa is just about balanced between gacha and game. They've done a good job of avoiding power creep so far, but it does seem to have started to tick upwards, and they're beginning to dial up the shield mechanics. They pour a lot of time and effort into making new characters flashy and exciting and fun to play, but the end games are still reliant on DPS checks where the real enemy is the timer. I still wish they bring back Virtual Crisis, since that's the most fun I've had.
Like, that's just been a problem from day dot as well. Like, can we stop normalizing timers? Can we have gacha developers really pull away from fucking timers?
Any difficult content in any gacha game, and really
it's one of my biggest fears with Enfield. I really have a worry that like genuine end game content's going to be ruled by timers. I hope not. I hope, and even if there's one or two of them, as long as some good content I can go into, I hope not. I hope not.
The direction they take in the future. Even a little movement in the wrong direction could stray too far from the approach which granted them so much praise. I don't expect every patch to be a narrative masterpiece.
We don't know yet, do we? We just don't know. We had the one mode where it had a time, but the time was so long it was really inconsequential. It was like 10 minutes. But it's a worry. It's a worry. Like I hope we don't have some sort of form of terror of adversity in Enfield. I really hope we don't. Like, I'd love to see them really lean and flesh out that like extraction type mode. But that was I really like that. Like, that just needed like building upon that does in Enfield, and I hope that becomes a real thing they really like to try and turn into like some type of their version of, it doesn't have to be their version of integrated strategies, but like, you know, to that degree really gets fleshed out.
I would expect the first chapter in a new region to function as an introduction instead of an advertisement. Last year,
Look, you talk about it much prefer an enraged timer force into perfect gameplay rather than not. Yeah. Like some sort of like timer like that, or like some sort of like thing where you build up a meter for something where it encourages you to do stuff. But still, then my worry is then when you do that, it encourages like a really focused, meticulous style of gameplay. What I'd rather just have mechanics. I'd rather just have mechanics personally. So it's just difficult, do you know? So it's just purely just difficult, and it's like figure it out or get your ass beat. You know what I mean? That's what I'd like to see.
Kuro seemed excited to introduce us all to Rinasita. They took their time to showcase all that they'd created.
Well, I definitely
They
prefer
introduced
something like that
characters
than
Grant,
straight up
Phoebe,
countdown
and Zani,
timer.
and even
Definitely.
Kartathea in its debut patch long before their first release. They set up factions and conflict and mysteries for us to uncover. In Lahai Roy's first act, all
Stage
that was
mechanics as
overshadowed
well.
by Lene. The only real difference this entire
Not just
story
boss
made is
mechanics
that
and enemy
Rover
mechanics,
is,
I'd like to see
once
some stage
again,
mechanics.
the hero of all things, the center of the world. I'm not against a story where that's the end result, but when it's this unearned, it just ends up feeling hollow. I guess we just have to hope.
I'm not against main characters being the center of the world and the god of everything and never do anything wrong and they save everything. That's fine. Right, that's totally fine. I just think sometimes we have to call it what it is, right? And then we have to talk about where that sort of storytelling falls short as well, right? Without people getting insanely angry about it. Because you can go back. I think this is when I was on holiday. So we're going back to June now, just before June when I made the video talking about how I've got that issue with Wuthering Waves in general. You know, how it makes the rover uninteresting for me. And people were like, that's how it's supposed to be. That's a main character. And it's like, no, it's not. It can be, but that's not the only way main characters can be flawed, sometimes useless in stories. You know what I mean? They don't have to be perfect and always win. Yeah, it was a great video. It was a great video. Drop a like. Anyway, I'm getting into the game, man. I just realised it's time it is. I've been yapping all day here, chat. I've been yapping all day. Let's play some Arknights. Let's do some EX stages, man. Let's do some EX stages. Let's do some EX stages. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I've been here too. Yeah, yeah. And of course, Cookie mentioned good thing about OG Arknights having currency pulling their endgame. Yeah, I think it's a positive, right? Because it pushes. Not only does it like stop like an element of FOMO to a degree, but I think it actually. Should we just see if display capture's working? No, it's not. Okay, we'll have to get to game capture. You'll have to let me know if this looks okay, chat. Okay. It's not forcing me to the end game mode for pool currency. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know, I don't disagree. I just also think, you know, when you take currency out of events and end game, I think it puts an onus on the developers to actually make it fun. Because why else am you going to engage with it unless it's good? You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of people accept shit content in Gacha games sometimes. Because like, well, I was able to get my currency out of it, so I don't mind. It wasn't that great, but I got a couple of pulls, and they accept it. And then they accept it happening again, like, you know what I mean? I know I've been yapping hard today. I really didn't plan to today either.
My name is Plume, formerly of Pontifica Cohors Lateran. I will be your sword and your wings as I defend your very life.
Let's do a refresh. Refresh. Oh, I saw. I wasn't able to stop by, but I'm a specialist. I popped into Dead Down stream a little bit yesterday. I saw he got a senior op tag as well. What did he get?
Here to join you simply because
Ooh, elemental. Oh, have I ever got that tag before? What should I? What should I put for elemental? I don't know if I've ever got this tag before. He got Radiant. So the straight elemental then. 3.5 hour. $350. What's the maximum then? 350. Ah, yeah, you're right, yeah. Yeah, 350 is right, yeah. Alright. Straight up elemental, yeah? Alright, let's do it.
To the esteemed
Hey!
Rhodes Island, allow me to extend my most respectful greetings on behalf of the Banshees.
Let's go. Alright, cool. Cool. Cool.
Hi,
Lola's mom.
Spot from Operation Reserve.
Get the clankers in the squad. Get the clankers in the squad.
I am Ansel, a medical intern.
Anshel. I'm Anshel. We don't talk about Anshel. Alright, let's get into these stages. Fuck all this shit. Let's hop in. Let's do it. Let's go get our cheeks spread. Game smooth, yeah? We running smooth, chat? We running smooth? Are we all good? Are we all good? Are we okay, chat? Are we okay, chat? Hopefully we're alright. Alright, let's go. Smash.
Let's see, which insect is falling into my trap? You know the plan. Move to intercept. I know what I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
I was about to start macking.
誤解なきを言っとくけど、戦場の匂いは別に好きじゃないから。
I need to get some range units down, man.
I need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
Ooh, this might be dicey. I think we probably should have popped that a little bit later, actually. Should have waited. Should have waited. Let's get her in.
This show hasn't this light shines on us.
Get Logos in. Okay, we're doing alright so far. We're getting a healer in here, actually, though. Little bit dicey here. Manta! Why is it so cute the way she says that? Why is it so cute the way she says that, man? It's too much.
Burning my lungs. That's just right.
I know this is about to get real dicey quick. Real dicey real soon. Or maybe I shouldn't have done that. Might have been wasted. Might have been wasted. Chat. We put these down in it. If I put that there, will that destroy these? Will it? I'm gonna hold on to it, like, but will it?
This show hasn't skipped on me. I knew who you were right before.
I'm thinking in theory it should do, right? Inflicts. A short period attack speed. Yeah. I fought these dudes before, right? Oh, Lappy putting in that work. Lappy putting in the work. It will. Okay, cool. I'm in a good spot there, really. Kind of wasted that, if I'm honest. Hot ball for them a little bit too early, chat. A little bit too early for my liking, actually. I'm not gonna lie. We shouldn't have done that. That might cause some issues here. Come on, lazy. Pop that shit. Let's go, girl. Lazy's getting some issues there. He's okay. You're alright. Let's hold off. Let's swap her skill. Yeah. Nice. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Welcome back, Frankie. Now, literally just got on. Literally just got on. We're looking at it. Let me look at what you guys are saying. Let me look at what you guys are saying. Monster, I love it, dude. I just love it. Monta. Am I pulling for Haruka? She does look sick. She does. You only have E1. Yep. E1 still. E1. Best part of voice actor is an absolute degenerate. She's great. Really? When she does the wrong, goes scary, huh? It will take it out there, yeah. Yeah, I was just worried because like it being on an elevated, what's it with the gap between it? I wasn't sure if it was still gonna do him. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, got Blaze, yeah, got Blaze. It's because Wu is following Genshin's direction. When you go to a new region, every major patch and hyper-focus on their story arc and their characters. Yeah, yeah. We did that time. We did win that time. She's good into... I don't know. That's the one thing. Is she a good E1 unit? Because like that's one thing with me. First try. Yeah, because last time we exited because the game was playing bad, wasn't it? No, actually we did get bodied, didn't we? Yeah. First try, yeah. First try. Yeah, true. Definitely didn't leak. First time. Okay. I might need a team change here. Let's roll with you. She's really good at E1. Ooh, okay. Ooh, fuck, man. See, that's when gacha developers are evil. That's the true evil, when they just give you banners back to back and you're like, dude, come on, please. My wallet's dead. Stop fucking beating on it, man, you know? You got big jug of tea and some snacks. Ooh, what snacks you got? It's RS2 is a broken skill. She might be goated. Oh, shit. She's good all-rounder. Fuck. Hypergryph hate me, man. That's a problem. Hypergryph are like, we don't want you to have money. Okay, this is the crystal linking thing, yeah. Okay. That down there, yeah. I do like the music on this event as well. I do like the music on this event, man. The next man is right rude. I think it's been insane for quite a while, man. Like, actually ridiculous amount of sick banners, man. Alright, let's get Lazy in again. Lazy's actually quite good on this. She's good at destroying the crystals as well, right? Ooh, we're gonna leak. Oh, panic placement. Had to be done. Shit, we leaked anyway. Okay, alright. We've got to switch down up a little bit there. Silly wasting of DP, if I'm honest. A little bit of a silly wasting of DP there. Silly mistakes. We fucked up, chat. Hypergryph saw you doing E1 playthrough where every character for the next 9 months is going to be good. Will be good on base. I like it. Shout out to High Mayo. For one reason, you know, looking out for you, boy. but not looking at it from a wallet. So yeah, fuck you at the same time. Hana hana. Can I get her in early? Maybe get that skill up. If we get that skill up, we're good, right? Get that skill up, we're good. Oh, you kidding me? Not in time. Son of... I thought we'd done that in time then. Those dudes got a little bit more health than I expected. Okay. Shit. Maybe drop it back a little bit. I know we want to do this, but we can do it on skill, I guess. And with other units anyway. A bit more time and to be a little bit better with our skill usage there, I guess. It's not really optimal where I want to pour it, but fuck you. Okay, nice. Let's hold off on her skill. Attacks 2 targets at once, has short default attack range, but performs extremely... Alright, we need to get this. We need to get this up quick. Oof. Damn it. I didn't expect these dudes. These guys are a fucking bitch, man. Pain in my rectum. I can't even heal her at the moment. I've got units up there. I have to go with a panic placement. You move, man. Shit. Okay, we really needed to keep these interconnected there because this is harassing me badly. Unless I just like, I'm gonna have to. This is such a mental placement.
So long as you're here, have some hot soup. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Ah, fuck, we leaked. Okay, we got it. We got to prep for that. We got to prep for that. Son of a bitch. So as soon as they're off the crystals, they're not a threat really, are they? So we got to make sure we get the motherfucker off the crystals. This is where a cheeky Ascalon could come in nicely, yeah? We're gonna hold up a second before we go we go new. See, this is where really I do need Inez a little bit further forward, don't I? Do you know what I mean? To get a dealing with these crystals, man, early on. We might be Ascaloning, actually. We might be. It might happen. It might happen. It might happen. Okay. Let's clear at the top for the time being.
Don't keep me waiting. Nothing can mask this.
You get a little bit DP. Oh shit, I didn't even know about this down here. Let's get Broski in there for now. How are you gonna do now, pussy? What are you gonna do now, pussy? Hey? Not the hot shit now anymore, are you? Sitting up there with your one wheel. Huh. Not looking so cool now. Oh, is that where that goes? Oh, okay. I thought it was somebody else coming from there then. It's Burb, yeah. It's Burb.
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Get a little bit of backup there. Before your girl Cora gets overrun. We don't want to get in overrun, do we? We don't want to get in overrun.
Stay calm.
The depths will devour your bones.
Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good at the minute, we're good, chat, we're good. So far, so good. Excuse me. Oh no, it's these motherfuckers. They're about to crystallize my shit, right? They're about to crystallize my shit. Get ready to place down our cover. Fuck.
So long as you're here.
Is that just outside the range?
Don't think you can't hide your fear. No need to panic.
Yes, my brother. Yes, my brother. Easy. Easy. Easy claps. Oh, I can't even suck him off. Have a bit of low goat, bro. Have a bit of low goat. Bit of low goat action. Alright, okay. Next one. Swang Circuit Medal. Alright, cool. What's next? What's next? Let me get this. Should we just get the tokens? Should we just get the tokens, chat? What we thinking? What we thinking? Oh, it's I don't like the look of this. I don't like the look of this one, chat. I don't like the look of this one. All right, let's throw in. Let's run the gauntlet.
Embark.
Motherfuckers. Bro, what the fuck? Oh yeah, pussies. Stay there.
I'm listening.
That's a waste. I think I might have wasted them. I'm not gonna lie, I think I might have wasted them.
呪文は制御される必要があり、敵もまたしかり。
It's- this is gonna be. Oh, this is gonna be rough. I feel. It's about to get real dicey, man. Like real dicey, real quick. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! This is not good. No!
Get what you deserve.
Is she gonna survive though? Oh my fuck, bro! Chill the fuck out, man. Yo, you's getting pressed hard.
Then let's kick it up a notch. Monster, 座標についた。
Shit's not. Fuck.
I know what to do. You can't hide your fear.
They will cough up some useful.
Oh no. Oh no. We're in trouble. I'm in danger.
Patience, friend. Hold oil into a hot one. The heat is just perfect.
I'm listening.
Okay. Is he looking a bit peak, chat? Sonis is gonna get murdered there, isn't she? Let's take a bit of heat of her. No, no, no! I'm gonna get. So close! I connected too many tiles together. Can you explain that to me? Like I'm stupid. So just like normal. What if we I don't know if maybe we use Calcit as a bit of bait? A little bit of bait, you know what I mean? A little bit of cheeky bait. Cheeky little bit of bait. Why did I do that?
Secure evac route. Prepare to
The more tiles you connect, the longer it takes to get rid of them. Oh, yes. Actually, yes. Okay. Okay, yeah. Makes sense now. Makes sense, because you need to neutralize them all before the break, yeah. Why do I keep doing that? I'm on autopilot. Chat, listen. There's a reason for things, okay? I'm still thinking about Rover's Riz. That's what it is. I'm still thinking about Rover's Riz. You don't know if it. Yeah. I could maybe. Or should I wait? Should I wait and then like wait till a few more units today, maybe? Or should I connect? Should I like maybe connect this? Rolls out of me. Yeah. We won't talk about that, chat. Alright. Pretend it didn't happen. Alright, chat. It never happened, chat. So like, what if we go lazy in, right? And then connect this. Maybe that was a mistake. Probably shouldn't have done that, right? Or we should have waited till we got rid of these, maybe. And then maybe started the connections, maybe. Can I not remove those? Can I not remove them when I put them down? I don't think I can I? Oh, that timing roll. Oh, that's not good.
So long as you're here, have some hot soup.
That's not good. Is it worth? Let's try. Try and keep her in the game. Try and keep her in the game, man. Let's wait. Suck him off. Okay, let's see how this goes. We need to get rid of this, don't we? We need to get rid of this. I need somebody on deck. I need somebody on deck, really. Because it appears Brother Man just goes backwards and forwards between here, right? Oh no. Okay, so we just one attack them bales, yeah? I don't know if we...
This execution is not worth
Oh no. Okay, might be alright.
What is it?
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
I will handle it.
Monster.
Oh fuck, I don't know why I did that. Don't ask me why I did that. I don't even know why I did it myself. Let's go. Okay, alright. Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, could have pulled silence. To be fair, I forgot about that. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot. Why did you do that? Don't ask me. I forgot she existed, if I'm honest. I'm not gonna lie. We'll pretend that didn't happen. I was treating her like the last banner's character, man. Right? You know? It's like out of sight, out of mind. 2 seconds here, chat. I need to log into my carpenter thing. Man, I've been offered to do like a collab for the Hoshi banner. I'm not happy with how much they've offered though. Like, it's fine, right? But I'm like, it's not like doing it, man. You know, it just feels like, I don't know if I take disrespect to him. You know? Not that I'm expecting loads of money, but it's just like sometimes when they offer money, I'm like, you know, I think I'd rather say no. You know? Is that dumb? Is that dumb? Please give a detailed report. Brain.exe failed to compute. I think that's where it stopped, if I'm honest. Oh, shit, I don't know where to go here. We go further forward and then maybe drop lazy in here. I need to get rid of these though, because I'm sure these are going to take up residence here, right?
Don't. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips.
Let's get rid of them two first. We'll work on the others. Alright, see what your boys do over there. Let's leave her in a second, see if we can clear these guys off. Maybe.
I know what how to sink your corpse into shadow. No one.
The spotlight shines on us.
Fuck, too slow. Fuck. Oh, fuck, I'm placed in such a terrible spot as well. What the? You're about to cause me hassle, aren't you? Are you gonna... Of course you are. Of course you are. Are you gonna continue on though? I have an idea. I've got an idea, guys. These guys... Oh, fuck. I don't want lots of people hitting these guys, do I? Where's he gonna come on? Goes down there. Where does he come on? Here.
They will cough up some useful information.
Stay calm.
Bro, why they hit so hard, man? Dude, get those fucking heels up, dude! Dude! Oh my days, dude. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked.
Monster, with me.
I'm so cooked.
I'll heal you.
I don't know why I'm doing that because I can't hear him like that, but you know, whatever. Whatever.
Optimized monster.
I didn't really want to do that, did I? Because really, if anything.
Time to swallow, huh?
Oh, I can't even suck him off. No. No, this is not good. Come on, Kelsey. You got one job to do. You got one job to do. Fucking do it. I know we're increasing his attack by hitting him more, yeah. So gotta hope we can outlast.
Support incoming.
Go on, Quora. Go on, Quora. Show us what you got, Quora. Go on, Quora. Show us what you're the real girl. MVP, 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 MVP. Go on, Quora.
I'll shield you.
You can do it, Quora. I believe in you, Quora. I believe. Can I actually drag this fucker from over there? I'm curious. No, I can't, can I? Oh, shit. That's a bitch. Don't know why she though. Oh, another one. Oh my gosh. That's a waste. What am I doing there with Entelekia, really? I don't fuck all. I'm honest. Oh shit, dude, we're so cooked. Oh, I guess we buff him. I guess we buff him. I guess we buff him. I guess we buff, bro. Oh, Core's actually insane, huh? Core's insane, huh? He's actually insane, huh?
Optimize your deployment.
What the? I really don't want to dump a lot of damage into him, do I? But, I think, do we top him up with a bit of arts damage? But I feel like...
Don't keep me waiting.
I'm pretty sure, don't these guys get their attack and defense buff the more we attack them? Like, the faster we attack them? Sure they do, right?
This execution is not working.
Yeah, you little scared pussycat now, ain't you? Eh? Little bitch. That's it. Run away, bitch. Little pussy. You just fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's outlast him. It's outlast him. It's outlast him. See what you got. See what you got. Go on, see what you got. See what you got. You ain't got shit now, have you? Eh? You ain't got shit now. Low goatee. This is low goatee. Fuck it. Overkill. All hands on deck, man. All hands on deck. Go on. Go on, me wife. Go on, me wife. Let's go. Ooh, okay. We just battle of attrition there. Battle of attrition there. Wasn't really technically the right move, but you know, we just overpowered him. I want to get the tokens, man. Excuse me? Excuse you? Excuse you? Is that bleed tile? Another bleed tile. Don't tell me that's going to be an issue. Hold up a second, chat.
listening.
Everyone, let's play!
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Hey, dummies, bring it on! 術あれどどうなきは愚の骨頂
My bad, I'm muting my mic. My bad, my bad. I fucking had to go ahead. Fucking cat run down the road, got stuck in the fucking private, man. Fucking dogs ran out after him. Just fucking scratched my sister's dog's nose. Only a little Dachshund. He's alright though, bro. Oh. Oh. Panic placement. Panic placement. Panic placement. Oh god, we are getting overrun. Fuck me, man.
I know what to do. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
No need to cover up. It's secret for public that everybody's in the game.
Pikachu cleaned it well though, you know.
Monster, 座標についた。君の生から死へと遡る。Look, Laura, you're not disappointed,
My
my friend.
friends.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
So long as you're here, have some hot super food.
ここに世を切り完成から死へと遡る
Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah, boys! Let's go. Let's go. That was a fun stage. That was a fun stage. I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one. That was good. That was good. 2 seconds. He's just been scratched by a cat.
Alright.
Alright then. What we got next? What we got next, chat? EX7. Give his nose a wipe just in case there's a scratch. Causes any infection. Hey, yo, guys, as well. If you haven't done already, drop a like on the stream. It's much appreciated. Okay, man, there's a lot of entry points here. I feel like we're potentially getting fucking bum rushed here, right? Are we getting bum rushed here, chat? I think we'll get the same team so far. Our team's been kind of working well, right? Kind of working well. Selfish, how much? £1 fish.
I'm listening. I know what to better watch your step. So long as you're here, have some hot super food then.
I think this is going to get messy. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm going to read right now with some of the birds.
Quickly, slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
Whoa. Hiraraki throws Amma dealing splash damage into cross. Amma absorbs power from all crystals on the field increase. Oh shit, yeah, we're going to
No need to cover up. If secrets are public, then everybody's in the game.
Nothing can mask this. Not disappointing, my friends.
嘲笑は恋に抱いてない。
Okay, he's gonna have what, like 2 crystals to pull from? Oh shit, 4. Name a few more. You might die just, bro. I can't risk it. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Guys, we're in trouble. Guys, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, guys, I think we're in trouble. Oh, fuck. No! I didn't have the, I needed free space then. I should have got somebody out. Could have got Monster in. Could have got Monster in to help us. Alright. Let's see how far. I might drop Calci. I might drop Calci.
The mung bean soup is already simmered. Whether you want your beans intact or fully dissolved depends on how quickly you return.
Yeah, I could have. Was his skill ready to go? I didn't notice actually. I'm not gonna lie, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Could have actually. Could have actually. True. True.
Get what you deserve. I mean, what you ordered.
I was in full panic mode then. Not gonna lie.
Patience, not to swallow, huh? Try to behave yourself next time. You can't hide your fear.
I don't know, maybe another defender might be actually kind of a play.
They will cough up some useful information.
Don't you can't hide your fear.
Can I yoink the car? Can the car get yoinked? I can. Okay.
Monster, with me. Don't you better watch your step.
Fuck. No skill either. Oh, if I did that earlier, might have been able to use lazy, yeah. Might have been able to use lazy. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Your PEPE game fucked up, bro. Ascalon time? Not yet. Not yet. I think... Could Mountain handle himself down there a little bit, do you reckon? Could Mountain put in some work? Or will he get obliterated as well? Casual. I don't know. I don't know either. man, we could have fucking... Could have got a little pingaling. Little pingaling there, right?
So long as
Let's get
you're
you in.
here, have some hugs will be
Let's get you in, chat. Let's get you in. You're in, chat. You're in.
quickly. Slow simmer on Henrai Gogo. No, that's you, Shimasen.
Don't think to hide your fear.
Could Quora do a bit better down there, maybe?
Don't think nothing can mask the scent of despair.
最適な私の爪が調子に乗してくれるよ
Pull the car in a second.
君かわと肉から吸い上げ Quickly. Stillness is
Stop imprinting any more crystals.
Pick it up a notch.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting.
Stay calm.
That's actually wrong. Voil. Even. It's Voil.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my. Oh. Oh. That's not good.
No need to panic ここに三眼キーツの剣地にを貫き一筋の正義が多水を打つ
Damn motherfucker, these things got you. What the hell, bro? Holy shit. Why did I do that so early?
No need to panic
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
So strong. So strong. Oh no.
I'll heal you.
Holy mother trucker.
Quickly. Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
最適すまない力を入れすぎた
Where'd that stupid fucking cat go? Is that cat coming up here?
Support incoming
これ以上は進ませません我が軍を発するどこに向かう飯を食ってねえのか全力で来い
冷静真の像から湧き上がる
They will cough up.
No need to panic
境を立てる印終焉の終わり
Don't think to hide your fear.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm in danger.
君もそああ自分の血でむせるなんてやめてよねわかった本オイルですよはご覧じゃれを狂わせ滅ぼしそして許す No, it wasn't easy learning a rich
Don't keep the sacred corpse in the shadow. No one will find it. Before you.
Oh! Who's left? See, yeah. See two motherfuckers right. Oh my days, I was so oh my gosh. So close. Actually ridiculous. Holy clutcheroo. Damn. Daisy's sick. Daisy's sick. You as well. Though, like, getting those great, like, you know, teleport moments is so satisfying. So satisfying. One of these days, E1 going to turn to E2. And now the actual hard stage. Oh, no. That one felt like there was a... It wasn't crazy hard, like, but... That looks like that's screaming out for Ascalon. That looks like that's screaming out for Ascalon. Young Crane King and the Pilgrim.
Embark.
Everyone, let's play!
I'm listening.
You can't hide your fear.
Monster, 座標についた。
どこに向かい？飯食ってねえのか？全力で来い！
Music's sick.
Is not worth witnessing.
Oh.
I know what to do. I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
私の爪が聴診をしてくれるよ。こういう時のザクロちゃんの艶はたまらないよね。
すべあれどどうなきは愚の骨頂。
Stay calm.
I want to use this now or not?
冷静ああ自分の血でむせるなんてやめてよねわかった
良い判断量を切り感悪を除き来店
I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Money boy over here is a problem.
Support incoming. Get what you deserve. I mean, don't keep me waiting.
Son of a bitch.
Not
Son of a
everyone is
bitch.
able to taste victory, but all
Wait,
must
we,
bear the
we
burden.
need to. Let's hold off on Haskell on a second. Yeah, my old peepees. He's slow. He's slow, but he's strong, but slow.
Line up, line up. We have plenty of goodies for everyone.
I don't even know if this is the best spot, really, if I'm honest.
I know what to do. You can't hide your fear.
Might have been a mistake.
Monster, 座標に着いた。I know what to save your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
They will cough up some useful information.
戦来合合逃しはしません。耐えろ。少しチクッとするかもしれない。So long as you're here, I won't back down.
Bit of panic moves here. Bit of panic moves here, chat. As he's getting bodied over there, yeah. I don't know if that's a move, man. I don't know if that's the move.
Concentrate. Don't keep me waiting.
We got problems here, boys. We got problems here.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait? Deploying. Patience won't oil into a hot.
Oh man, we're really fucking.
誤解なきを言っとくけど、戦場の匂いは別に滅ぼし、そして許す。Deploying.
What's his route? Is his route all the way around, is he? I'm assuming so, right? I'm assuming so. Alright, we gotta think. Let me just double check what my guy's deal is now. We ain't seen everything yet. Okay, so he takes less damage on his crystal. Puts in 3 alloys. Yeah. Creating crystals on tiles to pass over. Okay. Requires channeling absorbed power from 15 crystals. Okay, so we need to worry about getting rid of the crystals when he's on his second one. Yeah. Okay. We really need to get rid of the crystals over there as well, though, don't we? Just purely because of purely because the speed the guys are running through, right?
We'll be fine
The scent in the air is changing.
Picked out your bait yet?
I know. I'm thinking. It's hard. Bit of contemplation going on there.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
I'm gonna try a bit deeper.
I know what you can hide your fear.
This execution is not.
逃しはしません。こういう時のザクロちゃんの艶はたまらないよね。
Let's see if this works.
通信にせ私の爪が聴診をしてくれる。Concentrate. 冷静から死へと遡る。
Don't. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
ここにいます。
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then
Oh no. Yeah, that was a bad move.
Support incoming.
Look, Zara, you're fine. I knew who you were right away. This is my playground.
Hooked. Terrible placement order. Yeah.
I would sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
我が弦を発する。
Man, it's a huge, what's it right? Huge, debuff when he's on the crystal. Motherfucker.
Support incoming. Don't. I will sink your corpse into.
Relax, brother, relax. Come on now. Burning through DP though, like this. Holy shit, these geezers are taking so much fucking damage. To be fair, Cora's dealing with it right.
Get what you deserve. I mean, what you ordered.
Hey, whoa. Oh, fuck these things, man. And these poxy fucking things. Oh my days. Broski, come on now. Jesus. We need to clear as many as possible now, don't we?
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Oh fuck, I forgot to put him down last. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. No.
おるぞ、革命に輝く星、地の黎明よ。
Patience, friend. Heat control is everything here. Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
Lads, What gigafucker?
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
通信に接続した。ドクター、指示を。君、ああ。
Here, our problems arise. Our problems arise, chat. We have some problems here. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to settle and give him two. We're gonna need some backup here.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Oh my days. What happened?
Got the situation down crystal clear.
魂の川彼岸への私
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Woo! That was a stage. That was a stage. Yo, these stages have been really fun, actually. I've really enjoyed this event, man. This event's it's been a good one. OPP is the boy. He's the boy. Best 50-50 loss ever. Ever. Now to the S stages. What we got here? We got the. Oh shit. Okay. We're gonna have to do them in another time though. Another time though, chat, because I do have to go get Rosie from work. I'm down to do S stages. I'm down. I'm down, chat. I'm down. And the Rangers one shot every. S stages are diabolical though. Yeah. Only one day left in the event. Yeah. We'll have time to do it tomorrow, right? If not, I might have to do it off stream. Maybe. I'll maybe record it and it's our attempts and you can laugh at how badly I fail. Because I don't think we're getting that shit done, if I'm honest. I don't think we're getting that shit done. But yeah, guys. Appreciate you coming through today, man. I've had a blast. I've enjoyed it. The stages were fun. We'll give those S stages a college try, but I'm not expecting much, right? You know, I think we'll get that. I think we'll get bodied. But we'll give it a go. But yo, guys, appreciate you coming through, man. Appreciate you coming through today. You will be bodied. Missed. But yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your day. I might stream later. I might stream some Silver Palace later. I want to play some more Silver Palace. Long Trail is up next. That's the next major bit of content we're going to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I need to get a thumbnail made for Long Trail. And we start peak, right? We start peak. So catch you all later, guys. But I'll see you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Get up.